welcome back to 9 R.I.P. with your girl NoFuses. So last time we did urban legends, but we only did one complete route. So we're gonna go to the other person. And yes, this is the first video of 2025. Thanks so much for being so patient, guys. I know you have been waiting for me to complete this game for a hot minute. Uh-oh. We have a problem. Name entry. What? Oh, never mind. No, leave that alone. Because if I do start, it's just gonna start me back from the beginning, but I don't know if that wipes all of my progress. Well, what happens if I press start? Alright guys, we've come to the first decision of this entire game. It took me a while to get here. I guess I just have no choice but to just replay it all the way back. But we're at the prologue and we're at the first choice. And as you can see, oh geez. As you can see, the red one was what we chose, or at least I chose the last time. So I said, let's check the library, escape reality with something delicious, talk with my sister. You know what? We're going to escape reality with something delicious. That's what we're going to do this time. I knew I didn't have to do that. I knew it better than anyone. But still, my favorite cafe's ice cream parfait just popped into my mind. I really am the worst. I knew that if I just decided to escape my problems, nothing would be resolved. If anything, they'd just get worse. But if I'm going to make a decision about my future, I really shouldn't try to rush myself. Using that as an excuse, I deluded myself into trying to run away from my problems. I tried to avert my eyes from both my mom and my future and just focus on the delicious parfait I was about to eat.
いらっしゃい、一色さん。来ていたんだね。
The owner of the cafe smiled as he spoke to me. I came here often ever since I was little, and I remember my father taking me a few times. Good afternoon. I just needed a parfait today, you know.
小さい時から食べてくれているよね。今はもう高校生なんだよな。時が経つのは早い。そうだ。よかったらさ、うちでバイトしてみない？
Oh, okay, well that happened more quickly this time around. So I guess in the last path, that happened near the end where I was offered a job at the cafe, but this time it's just like, you want a job? You've been coming here since you were like 5. A part-time job?
君が来てくれたら助かるよ。このお店を熟知している人だからね。
Technically, my school allowed us to have part-time jobs, but things are really busy at school right now. I'm afraid I'll have to pass.
振られちゃったか。でも、気が向いたら声をかけて。面接なしで即合格だからね。
Refuse to? How many times did he offer you this job? As I watched the owner walk away, I couldn't help but sigh. If I really am that busy, I shouldn't be coming here. As I left the coffee shop, I still didn't feel like going home, so I walked aimlessly around the place. If I went home now, I knew my mom would just bug me again about going to Sinjin. I sighed loudly as I walked. I noticed a large torii gate coming into view. I can't believe I walked all the way to Tsukumo Shrine. I never considered myself a religious person and didn't put much stock into such things. Still, I did have some connection to the shrine. My mom would take my sister and me to pray here at the start of every year. You know, I'm giving this a lot of thought, and I still haven't come up with an answer. Maybe I should try praying about this. Oh, I didn't do the thing. Okay, so this is a whole new decision. I mean, while you're here, you might as well do it. I tried to run away from my problems. Now maybe it was time to ask a higher power, but which god should I pray to? I was at a loss. They say all who believe are saved, so... Surrounded by an eerie silence that made the hair on my arm stand up, I walked toward the shrine. There I saw a man who appeared to be a priest sweeping the nearby grounds.
こんにちは。その制服、成見ヶ浜高校の生徒さんですな。帰り道に寄ってくださったのですかな？
Hello, yes, I've come to pray before I return home.
そうですな。この時間は大間が時ですから、そうした方がいい。
Right. Replying sheepishly, I headed to the donation box. The Devil's Hour. Sayaka told me about something about that one time. What was it again? Arriving at the donation box, I took out a 10 yen coin and tossed it inside. Please, help me find my correct career path. Actually, that sounds kind of strange. Help me find my interest, or what I'm good at. Yes, help me find what I'm supposed to do. And also, for my mom. I prayed deeply and sincerely.
これは面白い人の子だ。
Who is this? Is it someone I know? Huh?
実に厄介なものに見入られておる。よく今まで無事でいられたものだ。
誰が厄介者ですか?
So there's two people just talking about me as if I'm not there. She's like, what the hell?
おう、聞こえておりましたか。つい本音が漏れてしまっていけない。
別にいいです。それよりもあっちに行ってくださいです。
You're bothering me with your telepathy. What do you mean? But what? That high-pitched voice is the same as the one I heard in my room. Oh, this is the voice from the room. Okay. I looked around but couldn't find anyone. Yet I was sure I just heard someone speaking. Oh, it's you!
いいよ、影でこの娘を付け狙うストーカーのようですな。
Who was that?
そんな物騒なものじゃないのです。見守っていると言ってくださいです。
So, I know the guy, but the girl is a completely different person.
ほほう、これは。
何ですか?
Okay, I think I get what's happening here. So you guys remember in the beginning where we had those three things of like which way was it going to talk to the sister, go to the library, or go to the cafe. I think that decides which episode I was supposed to go to. So I might be in a whole new episode. I might not be in Urban Legends anymore, guys. Oh no. Because if we're getting exposed to these characters already, characters that were only exposed in the middle instead of the beginning, I think I'm in Spirit World episode. I think.
いやー、同じセリフを昨日ドラマで見たばかりでしてな。ストーカーがそう言うておりましたぞ。
ああ、もううるさいです。部外者は高間ヶ原にでも帰ってどうぞ。
This is really creeping me out. Is this some kind of hallucination? But maybe I'm just tired.
いえ、疲れております
The
な。
priest said, no, you're possessed. That's worse. Gah. I turned around to see the priest standing directly in front of me. He had a concerned look on his face.
払って差し上げたいが、この時間効果はないかもしれんな。
It won't work on this time of day. How convenient. An exorcism? Wait. Do you think I'm possessed by something evil?
いや、念のためじゃ。今しがた妙な気を感じたのでな。
Could that explain the voices I just heard?
明日の放課後にでももう一度ここへ来なされ。
I understand. This shrine is very old, well regarded, and the priest is someone my family trusts. Still, I don't want to get wrapped up in anything strange. With a bit of fear, trepidation, and skepticism, I left the shrine. The next day, I took the survey I had in my bag and placed it inside a drawer in my desk. All that was written on it was my name. Fearing my mother would catch me working on it, I couldn't concentrate on it.
おはよう。今朝は早かったんだね。
Morning, I woke up early and couldn't get back to sleep. Actually, I didn't really sleep that much. As my mind churned over what to do with my life, sleep just never came. I'm just so tired of thinking about this.
おーい、大丈夫？
Sorry, I kind of spaced out.
もう仕方ないな。
As she groaned, Sayaka searched inside her bag and placed an energy drink on my desk. I find that quite convenient because I also have an energy drink on my desk right now. I guess this is gonna be the episode, guys. I guess me and the game are just in sync right now.
これでも飲んで、シャキッとしな。
Thanks. Sayaka stared back at me with a bitter smile on her face. Why bitter?
何かあって話したいならいつでも相談に乗るからね。
I think we already told her that we might change schools. I think. And I know some of y'all probably thinking, you're not sure? You just played up to this point. And I'm just like, well, ladies and gentlemen, I fast forward until I got to where I needed to be. But I think from her face, we already told her that we're considering changing schools. And now she's just kind of like, damn. With that, Sayaka returned to her seat. I'm afraid that won't work this time. I didn't have the courage to talk to her about all this. Before I knew it, the final bell had rung and school was out for the day. Getting ready to head home, I took my books out of my desk, found the blank sheet of paper where I was supposed to write about my future. Still blank as hell. Maybe I should write Senju University and just be done with it. As the thought entered my mind, I felt a sharp ringing in my ear.
探しましょう。
Huh? I quickly looked around the classroom, but there was no one else there. There's nobody here. Where had everybody gone? There were so many people here just a little while ago. So many strange things had been happening to me. I felt dazed and my muscles felt cold. Maybe I should go see a doctor or something.
探しましょう。あなたの道を。
This time, I heard it clear as day. There it is again! That voice! Who are you? I called out to the empty room.
僕はあなたを闇へ誘うもの。
Great. Lovely.
これから先は困難しかありません。でもどうか諦めないで。前を向ければ必ず見つかります。あなただけの道が。
The moment the voice stopped, my eyes got all blurry and my head shook. Then all at once, my world went dark. I put my head down the desk and heard a kind of fluttering sound above me. As I slowly raised my head, I saw the career path survey floating above me. What? Seeing something so strange, I immediately leapt out of my seat.
やめてくださいです。プリント返して。
What the hell? Okay, I thought I was about to do the thing where it rips into pieces, but we get something completely different. Who is that? That voice is the same one as before. It felt different, but no doubt it had the same timbre. And the voice at the shrine, that was the same one too. My pocket buzzed and I jumped in a panic. It's my phone! I quickly took out my cell phone to see the word Mom on display. Oh, this has changed too. Because I think when this happened last time, it said Sayaka, not Mom. Ooh. Needing her help, I hastily pressed the answer button just then. When I raised my head again, I saw a single piece of the white chalk floating near the blackboard. Slowly, it began to write something. This can't be happening. In a state of near panic, I read the words written on the blackboard. Go to Tsukumo Shrine. Tsukumo Shrine? As though responding to me, the chalk began to write on the board again. Yes, exorcise the haunting. The priest said he needed to do an exorcism yesterday and told me to go to the shrine after school. I hadn't decided where not to go yet, but I'm afraid to go against what this thing in the classroom was telling me to do. You about to get pushed into the street again. I understand. I head to the shrine right away.
ダメなのです。そんなあやかしの言葉を信じたら人生が破滅するです。
Oh, sorry, I pressed the button, but make up your mind. Do you want me to go to the shrine or not? But I do agree with the playful voice. I'm going to call it the playful voice until I get a name. Because if y'all watched my earlier videos, we all know what's about to happen to this girl. She's about to go to the shrine and then get pushed into the freaking street and then ran over. Like, I wouldn't go there either. So is it going to give me the option? It was the voice from before. It seemed the voice and whatever was writing on the chalkboard were different. Perhaps the one speaking is trying to trick me. Debating what to do, I saw new words appear on the chalkboard. Don't listen to the voice. It's like, don't listen. Do as I say. I wonder if both the voice and the chalkboard are spirits. In that case, they both seem rather suspicious. The voice said my life would be ruined. That seemed to be an overstatement and likely designed to trick me. Besides, seeing as the blackboard spirit specified the Tsukumu shrine, it seemed to be the more believable of the two. It wants me to exercise the haunting, which means it's probably trying to help me. You gonna give me a choice? I quickly gathered my things in my bag and left the classroom. Damn it. Okay, no, it's not gonna give me a choice. Desperate to be rid of whatever was going on, I rushed to Tsukumo Shrine.
おお、来たのじゃな。祈祷の準備は整っておるぞ。
Actually, I've been hearing strange voices and seeing strange things recently.
わかっておる、わかっておる。やはり取りつかれているようだな。
The priest looked at the area above my head and squinted his eyes. The look in his eyes told me that there was indeed something there.
かなり強力なあやかしのようだが、何心配はいらん。何を隠そう、わしは正解を得てから神職一筋数十年のプロ宮司じゃからの。
Watch it, he's about to make it worse somehow. A professional exorcist?
あやかし駆除など害虫駆除よりたやすいもの。成功な暁には口コミで
Rate me 5 stars online. You know, go on that Yelp review. Give me 5 stars. Tell them how the service was. I know, I'll be looking at him the same way, Misa. Huh? This is starting to feel really suspicious. You know, on second thought...
静かに集中せねばならん。そのままじっとしていなされ。
He placed his hands on my shoulders to keep me still, then sprinkled salt on my head. All I could do was watch him in silence. Huh? Next to the priest, there was some kind of silhouette or mist or something. Oh, I can see him. If you squint real hard, you can see the silhouette just slightly. And oh, he's blinking too. Oh, nice. I could only faintly see it, but it appeared to be in the shape of a human.
手応えあり。静まれ、静まれ。
There's something strange next to you.
今払っておる。しばし待たれよ。
After speaking, he began murmuring something under his breath. I wasn't as knowledgeable about this kind of thing as Saiga was, but I guessed it was a prayer.
ほう、これはまた見事なものじゃ。
Maybe it was just my imagination, but I was seeing it more clearly than before. Yeah, he's slowly coming into focus. To be sure, I tried staring at it directly and our eyes met.
お、なんと目があったか。これは感動。我がさっきの黒板じゃぞ。
Oh, so he was the one writing on the blackboard. And I guess maybe the purple one that we saw earlier was the one saying, hey, don't do that. Okay. Because I had them switched in my mind. I was thinking he was saying, don't go to the shrine. And the purple one was saying, go to the shrine. There.
神主が我の姿を見えるようにしてくれたか。これは傑作。
So you wanted to be seen? Misa's like, what? Is he talking to me? He said he's the blackboard guy, but... I tried to ignore him and close my eyes, pretending to be deep in prayer. Please make this blackboard spirit's appearance and voice go away. Please, please, please.
かけまくも賢きイザナギの狼、つくしのひむかの立花のオドの淡木原に。
The priest's body trembled as he chanted the sacred words. Then,
払いたまえ、清めたまえ。ほー
with that resounding shout, the priest collapsed to the floor on his knees.
終わりましたぞ、お嬢さん。
When I opened my eyes, the blackboard spirit that was there before had vanished. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much.
いや、なかなか強力なもののけがついていたので大変じゃった。
いやーやなかなかに良いノリとだったぞ。
Oh my god, he's clear as day now. He's just sitting there nonchalantly like, thanks, man. Like, that was awesome. But where's the purple one at? Where did she go? Ah. Next to me stood the blackboard spirit. His appearance and voice were even clearer than before.
お、どうなされた？ゴキブリでもおったかの？
Bruh. It's just like I thought. He just made the situation worse. At least you can see it now. At least you can visibly see what you're dealing with. He's still here. Here, right here.
しかし、きれいさっぱり払いましたぞ。そこには何もいないようじゃし。
Maybe, okay, maybe he would, well, no, because I can't confirm, because the other one didn't seem to be evil, it just wanted to lead you on a different path. Maybe he accidentally got rid of the other one, and because the other one's gone, he was able to, like, get more energy to come in. Maybe that's what happened?
ああ、もしかすると、わしが払うなんて言ったものだから、先入観を持たせてしもうたか。
What do you mean?
心の持ちよう、幻覚じゃ。
Wait, the priest really can't see this guy? You really can't see him, the guy in the kimono with long hair?
わしが払ったのは子供のような姿をしていて、ふわふわと宙を舞うもののけでしたぞ。
Yep, it's just like I thought. He got rid of the other one. He didn't get rid of this one. So he could see one of them, but he couldn't see the other. And that's probably because, now, I can't vouch for the other one he got rid of. But if my memory serves, this dude, we don't know his name yet, but this dude is a guardian spirit. And I think because he is a guardian spirit, he wasn't seen by the priest because I guess he can only see evil. So I think that's why the situation's happening. Now, again, why are you here though? Aren't you supposed to be protecting somebody right about now? Aren't you supposed to be near purple hair dude? Like, aren't you supposed to be where he's at? Why are you here? They're probably, you know what? I'm gonna stop asking questions because they're probably gonna tell me. Then the spirit was totally different from the blackboard spirit. Does that mean he only got rid of the voice spirit? The priest's description sounded like the voice I was hearing in my head.
それでは、わしは仕事が残っておりますので、これにて失礼します。
Wait, the blackboard spirit!
残念ながらあの者には我の姿が見えておらぬようだの。
Why is this happening? Yes, please explain. I turned to look at the blackboard spirit. So you're the one who wrote in the blackboard telling me to come here?
いかにも。昨日神社で出会ってからずっとお主の様子を見ていたのだ。
After saying that, he gently took my hand.
我が名は雪丸。座敷わらしかっこ見習いとして人々に幸福をもたらしているあやかしにございます。
Yeah, so it's just like I thought. It's just, my memory serves me correctly. He is a guardian spirit. That's probably why the priest couldn't get rid of him. He's not evil. And it just puts guardian spirit. It doesn't put his name, it just says guardian spirit. So, he really is a spirit?
我は今日から汝の座敷わらし。
Oh, there it goes. And from this day forth, I'll be your guardian? Why me? And Yukimaru? I have so many questions for you. And the reason why I have so many questions is because I interacted with him in the last patch. So I'm just kind of like, why are you here?
この時、この言葉をもって正式な宣言とする。
Yes? So wait, what exactly is going on here? This guy is going to become my guardian spirit?
というわけで、よろしく頼むぞ、我が主様。
You know, that's just how life goes. One day you're just worrying about your future and you go and eat parfaits, and next thing you know, you get possessed by two spirits and end up getting a guardian spirit. You know, that's just how life is, you know, just roll with it. Just roll with it, Misa. The spirit that called himself Yukimaru smiled as he said this to me. Yep, I knew it. I am in the Spirit World episode, but chapter 1. So, we are not in Urban Legends at all. We have somehow drifted with just the first decision. So the first decision in the game is already what decides what episode that you are in. I assumed it, but it's nice to have that confirmation. Noted. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we will get back to Urban Legends at a later date. Since we're in it, we might as well keep going. He claimed he was an apprentice guardian spirit named Yukimaru. He smiled as he held my hand. The term guardian spirit caught my attention, but my mind wasn't keeping up.
それで、主様の家はどこなのだ？腹が減ったので美味しいものを馳走してくれ。
Can you eat things? Can you even go hungry? Did he intend to follow me home? Yes, he's your guardian spirit. It's like a bodyguard. No way, I have to run. This Yukimaru seemed to be in high spirits as he stood next to me. I had a feeling that even if I ran, he'd follow me. And considering how unathletic I was, I had very little confidence I could outrun him. He'd probably just float or fly around. So a part of me wants to just say give up because he's just gonna follow me regardless. But the other part of me wants to divert his attention. Because I really think he's gonna have a blast with me trying to get rid of him. I don't think he's like that guy that doesn't take a hint. Like, I don't want you near me. He's just like, so where are we going? He's that guy. So I'm gonna say divert his attention. And I'm just gonna see what happens. I have no choice. I know this is such a lame thing to try, but I need to. I took a step toward Yukimaru and immediately let go of his hand. Oh look, over there! I see a delicious looking parfait! I yelled and pointed to a random direction.
なんと
Yep, I knew he'd fall for it. It was a move of total desperation, but Yukimura fell for it hook, line, and sinker. He looked towards the direction I pointed, squinting his eyes to see. Now's my chance! I bolted away while he remained distracted. I ran as fast as I could for quite some time before stopping when I hit my limit. He's gonna be right there. I bent over my knees and tried to catch my breath. I looked up and noticed I was already near home. If I made it this far, I should be okay. I fearfully turned around, yet saw nobody behind me. Is he gone? Did I escape? Still anxious, I continued to look around, seeing no trace of him. I hurriedly took out my phone and called Sayaka in a panic. After several rings, she finally picked up.
Hi, hi. どうしたの?
What's up? Hearing my friend's happy tone, I felt like I had returned to reality. Sayaka, you have to listen to me. Perhaps out of a sense of relief, the words burst out like a water from a broken dam. I realized it didn't all make sense, but Sayaka said something as she listened to me. She didn't even laugh.
何それ何それ私も会ってみたいんだけどつくも神社かあそこに妖怪伝説があるとは
Of course she would want to meet the spirit. Classic Sayaka, though given her love of the occult, I didn't know what I expected. Not once did she doubt my story. I imagined her on the end of the phone, her eyes sparkling, her body lurched forward with excitement.
座敷わらしだと子供の姿をした妖怪だったよね
Not this one. Yeah, but he didn't look like a kid at all. He totally looked like an adult.
それについては諸説あるみたいなんだよねでも幸せにしてくれる妖怪だよ出会えてよかったじゃん
Are you kidding? I just want to get rid of him.
私も妖怪に関してはあんまり詳しくないんだよね
The occult expert doesn't know, or enthusiast doesn't know how to deal with spirits. And if the spirit didn't spot it... Oh wait, sorry.
もらうこともできないだろうしあ、そうだコックリさんをやってみたら
Sayaka's voice leapt as though she'd just come up with the world's best idea. Forgetting the situation I found myself in, I rolled my eyes. Impressive as always, Sayaka, regardless of the question, the answer always has something to do with the occult.
文句言わないのやり方をメールで送るからきちんと読んでからやるんだよ
So I'm gonna guess that she thinks she got rid of him, but I think because she's not in the shrine anymore, like, maybe he just kind of went invisible to her eyes again. That's what I'm gonna guess. Okay. Guess it's worth a shot. As soon as I finished talking with Sayaka, I rushed back home, desperate to find a solution to this problem. Once at the door, I locked it tightly. I have no idea if locks work on spirits. Probably not. Still filled with fear, I entered the living room. No one else had arrived home yet, and the space was painfully quiet. Ah! My phone suddenly rang, and my whole body leapt off the ground. I can't believe I'm scared of my own phone. I figured it was Sayaka and quickly opened up the messaging app. As expected, it was a message from Sayaka telling me how to use the spirit board, along with a message that she was worried. Read and follow the instructions on the site, okay? Until the ritual is over, you can't take your finger off the coin. Got it? You want me to do it with you? I'm studying right now, but I think I can go see you. I wish Sayaka would come, but I don't want to get in the way of her studying. I also didn't want to worry her. The spirit's not in the house, so I think I'm okay. Thanks anyway. He isn't here, right? I think he's invisible. I carefully looked around. There was no one else in the room. I wasn't dreaming all this, was I? It all seemed so real. I couldn't actually have made the whole thing up, right? But seeing as he's not here right now, maybe I don't need to use the spirit board. I started to calm down and let out a big sigh. I'm exhausted. I muttered and threw my bag on the sofa, and as soon as I did that, he turned off the TV! He's just chilling! The TV suddenly turned on, and I couldn't help but scream. Fearfully, I checked the TV and saw the remote on the sofa smushed under my bag. Nah, he turned that on. Watch. Oh, that sure surprised me. A dry, nervous laugh escaped my lips. I'm not going to be able to handle this. I may be safe now, but if I bump into that spirit again somewhere else, I might not be able to escape the next time. I gulped in fear as I imagined the situation. Maybe I should try using the spirit board. Realizing I was only thinking that way because of Sayaka, I shook my head at the absurdity of it. Use the spirit board. On the other hand, the garden spirit was real. I saw it with my own eyes. Then maybe the spirit board is real too. Gulping hard, I placed my phone on the table and opened the email Sayaka sent me. Guess I've got nothing to lose. I got my wallet out of my bag, took out the coin, and placed it on the table. Then I took out a notebook and tore out a piece of paper. And just as the image of my phone showed, I wrote letters in a shrine archway. Okay. I did exactly as the site Sayaka sent me to instruct it and took a deep breath. A part of me didn't think anything would happen, but another part of me had high hopes, thinking this might solve my problem. Spirit board, please come forth. I placed my forefinger on the coin and spoke out in a quivering voice. Some time passed and nothing happened. Should I try it again? Spirit board, please come forth. The lights in the room started to flicker. I caught myself almost letting go of the coin out of fear, yet I managed to endure it. I can't let go of the coin. Sayaka was very clear about that. I took a deep breath and steeled myself. Spirit board. Just then, the coin started moving on its own and stopped at yes. No way. I hadn't pushed the coin at all. Again, it started to move on its own. The coin glided quickly over to the letters. Hurry up. Oh no. I knew what I wanted to ask, but the fact that all this actually made my mind go blank.
Koharu のやつ、 相変わらず不真面目な態度で仕事しようって。
I knew it. I knew he was still there. Ah! See, I told you. I knew it. The spirit from before was standing right next to me.
急に叫ぶでない。耳がおかしくなるではないか。
How? How'd you get in? I thought I locked the door.
主様の行くところ、どこへでも参るぞ。それより、指を離してよかったのかのう。友の警告に反しておるのではないか。
The spirit scared me so much that I had jumped and inadvertently let go of the coin. No! As soon as I let go, purple smoke began to billow out of my hand-drawn shrine archway. Well, what is this? What did I do? The purple smoke spread throughout the room, and I couldn't see past it.
よっ、待っておったぞ。
He said, I've been waiting for you. I, on the other hand, was in a state of sheer panic on the account of the smoke. From inside the purple haze, a hand reached out. Yeah, I bet he's pissed. Yeah.
禁忌を犯したな、人間。
The man that appeared before me looked truly horrific. His eye, very close to mine, glared down at me. He looked furious. I trembled with fear and I felt my knees grow weak.
それから指を離せば、こっくりさんがつく。知らなかったのか
Yeah, he kind of said it before in their path. He was like, don't let go. I have to follow you around if you do. So yeah, he's kind of pissed off. He could have asked me what I had for lunch and I still wouldn't have been able to answer him. I was scared beyond the capacity for rational thought.
まった。面倒なことをしてくれた。まあいい。小娘、名を何という？
I couldn't even formulate a response.
さっさと名乗れ。人間ごときが俺を待たせるんじゃね
え。Irritation aimed at me burned in his eye. I have to say something. Hold back. Why would we hold back telling the name? Yeah, we're just gonna tell him. Like, there's no point in holding back here. Affection up, yes! Misa Isshiki. My throat was closed tight, but I managed to say my name out loud. When I answered, the man before me softened and smiled ever so slightly.
ミサか。素直なのか、恐れ知らずなのか。怪異相手に名を教えるのは
Oh, damn. It's not. Oh, you're not supposed to. Oh, I didn't know that. I only told him my name because I was so scared of him. I was worried he might do something worse to me if I stayed quiet. And yet, me telling him my name did seem to make him relax slightly.
ま、素直なやつは扱いやすくていい。気に入ったぜ。俺の名は小春。
Koharu.
ミサ、今日からてめえは俺の犬だ。禁忌を犯した代償を払ってもらうぜ。
Sir, I do think our roles are reversed. I summoned you, I binded you, so I think you're my dog, but you know, who's paying attention? With that, he roughly let go of my chin. I'm going to pay? What do I have to do? His words struck fear into my heart, and I couldn't help but ask what he meant.
俺の手足となって働けばいい。期限は俺が満足するまで。
Until I'm satisfied. Next you know, 50 years go by. Is this long enough? What? Yeah, exactly.
かっこつけた登場だったの、小春。
A voice suddenly resounded in my ears, cutting between Koharu and me. So, this still doesn't explain why they were separated. But at the same time, for some reason, I thought you could only do the spirit board ritual in the school. I didn't know you could do it anywhere else. So he could be summoned anywhere, as long as you do it correctly. Okay. That's right, Yukimaru's here too. Koharu's entrance was so intense that I nearly forgotten about him. He's like, why are you here?
さっきからいたのだがの。お主が煙なんて撒くものだから見えなかったのだろう。演出があだになったな。
Do these two know each other? I stood there dumbfounded, looking back and forth between them. Koharu was so intimidating earlier, but Yukimaru seemed to throw him off. Flashing back to his intimidating self, Koharu suddenly turned to me. He's like, I'm blaming you. Why is he here? Well, you see, supposedly he's my guardian spirit?
Huh? ほう、ようやく認めてくれたか、我が主様。
That is the only way to explain the situation, right? I rushed to explain the situation, which only seemed to please Yukimaru more. His face was a total opposite of Koharu, who was furious.
おい、犬、仕事だ。Yukimaru
Your first job. What do you? That's what she's been trying to do this entire time, and nothing has worked. Well, I can't. I mean, that's why I used the spirit board. I wanted to ask you to teach me how to get rid of him. He's like, ah, shit. Koharu grunted, looking truly vexed. Yukimaru, on the other hand, put his hand on his chin and casually began to speak.
ならば今日から3人で暮らすことになるのか。
Yeah. It was the most surprising thing I'd heard so far that day.
にぎやかになりそうで楽しみだな。
No way. Please get out. I protested, but Yukimaru smiled happily back at me. It seemed I wasn't getting through to him at all. Of all the people to be stuck... Oh.
Misa, てめえが儀式を正しくやってたら俺がつかなくてよかったってのに面倒なことを。
I'm sorry. What should I do? I wished for somebody, anybody, to get me out of this. I started praying when suddenly...
3人ではないです。
It won't be 3. Is this the child one? The purple one? It wasn't the voice of Yukimaru no Koharu that chimed in. I turned around and saw a boy dressed in strange clothing. Oh, so you're a boy. I am so sorry. I assumed your gender. this voice, his appearance. Oh?
わしが払ったのは子供のような姿をしていて、ふわふわと宙を舞うもののけ
Yeah,
で
this is
した
the
よ。
one he got rid of earlier. That didn't last long. So this is the boy that the priest supposedly got rid of?
これは神様。どうしてあなた様がこちらへ？
God?
何をしらじらしい。僕が払われるのを見ていたくせに。
And I like how it just says God. It doesn't say the god's name or God of this or God of that. It just says God.
おかげでミサさんを守れなくなっちゃったじゃないですか。
The boy seemed to be pouting. He certainly wasn't acting like a god. I couldn't help but stare at him. Then our eyes met.
どうしよう。ミサさんと目が合っちゃった。
What? What is with that last sentence? No name call? Skip name? What? The boy seemed deeply moved, almost to the point of tears.
こうして視線を交わす日が来ようとは。僕、感激です。
What is wrong with you? So the voices I've been hearing from the past 2 days, was that you?
ですです。あなたが幼い頃からずっと見てきたです。
Oh, so you've been watching me since I was a kid. Why?
僕はあなたに13年間寄り添っていたです。
He spoke with so much pride, but I couldn't help but take a step back. Yeah, that's like someone admitting they've been stalking you for years. And they said it with so much pride in their tone that you're just like, you're proud of that?
ストーカー発言を堂々とされるあたり、さすがは神様ですな。
Exactly. Yukimaru, I am with you. Me, you are in sync right now. This dude just admitted to being a stalker and is proud of it.
たまるです。この下道が。
なんだってあやかしと神がついてんだよ。お前、普通の人間じゃないんじゃねえか？
I honestly don't know how to respond to that. Surrounded by the ruckus, all I could do was stand there at a loss. Just then, I suddenly heard the front door unlock.
ただいま。
Oh, welcome back. About all these people. Yeah, she probably can't see them.
この人たちって誰のことなの？
Oh, that's right, she can't see them. Oh, nothing. Ah.
変な子ね。
In all honesty, I was just relieved she didn't scream upon entering the room, but that relief was short-lived.
あら、これってこっくりさんじゃない？
Oh no, I totally left it on the table.
さやかちゃんオカルト大好きだから一緒にやっていたんでしょう。
Yeah, sure, Mom. Yeah, yep, exactly. She mentioned she wanted to try it out. Sorry, Sayaka.
懐かしいわ。お母さんも学生の頃にやったっけ？せっかくだし一緒に。
She's gonna be like, no! Yeah, exactly. We can't. Absolutely not. This isn't something you should take lightly. I swiftly snatched the spirit paper from the table. I'm going to my room.
ちょっと。
I ignored her calling out and ran to the living room. You guys can come in now. I returned to my room and changed out all of my uniform. I called out to them when I finished. Yukimaru, Koharu, and the boy who called himself some kind of god. I swiftly invited them into my room. They stood before me as if it was the most natural thing in the world, and I sighed. As I changed, I had mulled them over in my mind. I can't run from them or get rid of them, which means I need to convince them to leave. Concluding that I had to persuade each of them, I started with Yukimaru. Yukimaru, you're my guardian spirit, right? A guardian spirit in training. He decided to make the protagonist happy and is now following her around. He has a tendency to be pushy at times. He doesn't seem to be a bad person. He's super energetic and very loud.
まだ見習いである。主と決めたものを幸せにすることが我の仕事なのだ。
So, if his goal is to make me happy, then all I need to do is feel happy. I'm pleased with my current life. I'm happy, so please see yourself out. I spoke with confidence, but Yukimaru pointed his fan accusingly at me.
クーリングオフは受け付けぬ。
No takesy backsies? What does that mean?
お主が我の主様だとすでに座敷わらし協会に届け出を出したのでな。
First off, when did you do paperwork on this? Second, can't this be like the quickest job in the world for you and move on? Guardian Spirit Society? Does something like that really exist?
座敷わらしってのは今の時代は組合になっていてな。人間を幸せにしてって
Eccentric spirits.
ボランティア活動みたいなもんだ。
The organization Yukimaru belongs to, spirits who wish happiness for mankind gather under this organization. Thanks to Koharu's explanation, I got the general idea about what they did, but as a human, I was surprised to know that such a group existed.
主様が神社を全力疾走した後、教会に連絡しておいたのだ。
Ah, that's when he did it. That made sense. He didn't follow me because he was submitting paperwork to be my guardian spirit. Wait a minute. What am I saying? None of this makes any sense. The whole thing made me feel so powerless, but I regained my composure and began to speak. So why did you choose me as your master?
神がついている人間などそうはおらぬからの。面白そうだと思ったのだ。
Hearing that, I looked over at the boy. I would be like, so it's your fault! And you're that god?
そんな他人行儀な言い方をしないでくださいです。僕にはトウカっていう名があるので、そう呼んでください。
Ah, that's what I was waiting for, the name. What kind of god are you? Can you please tell me? Right. I felt kind of bad. Toka certainly didn't act like a god, so it was hard for me to see him as one.
いつもはあなたを見守っているです。時には教示を与えたりもしますが。
You give me burdens from time to time? But you're protecting me. You know, those are two contradictory statements, you know?
教授って。お前、あ、いや、あなたは天狗なのですか?
He was kind of a bastard. So, what does that mean? Does that mean he's not a god, or...?
いかにもです。僕は天狗の一族。人々に教示を与えるのが仕事なのです。
So Yukimaru is supposed to bring happiness to mankind, and Toka's job is to bring burdens to mankind. Bruh. But isn't that a bad thing?
はいです。疫病神なんて言われたりもするです。
The god of pestilence is following me around. Oh, great. Lovely.
でも僕は自分の仕事に誇りを持っています。だから何を言われ
So many impossible thoughts filled my mind, and I struggled to keep up. So, a Tenju is a god who casts burdens on people, and he's been stalking me for a while now. I took a moment to look back on my life. Ever since I was a little kid, I had terrible luck. School trips and field trips were filled with rain. Every time I visited the shrine, I drew a bad fortune. Oh, and that one time, there were so many small things, but they occurred with such frequency that even I started to believe I was unlucky. So all this time, all the bad luck I've had in my life until now, that was all you?
違うです。ミサさんは自ら教授を招く。それは既得な人間なのです。
Uh-huh. So you're saying I'm not unnaturally lucky? What, you wanted to just put interest on my bad luck? As he looked at me, Toka's eyes drooped dreamily.
まさに教授の申し子。僕が夢中にならないわけないのです。
So I was so unlucky. I was so unlucky that he was like, oh, what is this burdened, unlucky child? Oh, I must watch this specimen. Hearing what he said, I grew pale. In other words, because I was so unlucky, I caught the eye of the god of burdens.
てめえの体質のおかげで神に見入られるとはな。
I will punch you. This isn't funny at all. Gosh, how could I be so unlucky? Huh, but... Didn't the priest exorcise you? Why are you able to show up like this now?
そうなのです。僕、あなたに対して力を使えなくなっちゃって。でも、無力な僕でも神は神ですから。僕がそばにいることで、このあやかしたちからあなたを守ることができるです。
Is the reason why you can't use your power is because we have a guardian spirit now who is literally your opposite? Oh, I see. So you're going to get rid of these spirits for me, right? Right?
それは、さっき言った通りなので、あなたについたあやかしも追い払うことはできないです。
Just like that, my hopes were crushed. Yukimura laughed, clearly entertained by the whole situation.
それならばどうして現れたのか。
Yes, why?
邪魔するくらいできるってか。
Surprisingly, Toka laughed and he slowly shook his head.
彼女のそばに神の存在があることをあなた方に知らしめるのが目的ですから邪魔はいたしません。良いですか？あなた方のせいで彼女に何かあれば僕がいることをお忘れなきように。
Did his eyes change color or is that just me?
ほう、これは。
So he came to threaten them, like, he's like, if you fuck around with this girl, he said, you about to find out. Toka's expression, even his voice seems to have changed. A Tenju god, he has been stalking the protagonist, always watching over her. Supposedly he appeared this time to protect her from the spirits who appeared, but he looks young, but is actually quite mature.
お前、やばいもんに目つけられたな。気の毒になってきたぞ。
You're one of those stalkers now, I hope you know that. That includes, yeah, exactly. That includes you, Koharu. The spirit of the spirit board. He appeared due to the protagonist incorrectly conducting the ritual. He is required to haunt the protagonist because of her mistake. He has a rough way of speaking. I kept my comment to myself, unable to say it directly to his menacing face. If you feel that way, why don't you just leave?
それとこれとは話が別だ。
He shut me down fast. What am I supposed to do now? Seeing that they weren't likely to leave anytime soon, I sagged my shoulders and hung my head.
ミサ、ご飯ができたわよ。今日は翼から遅いって連絡あったから、2人で先に食べちゃいましょう。
Okay, I'll be right down. First things first, I should probably eat something. Then I'll...
やれやれ。やっと飯にありつけるのか。
Huh? Wait, come to think of it, he...
それで、主様の家はどこなのだ？腹が減ったので美味しいものを馳走してくれ。
Yeah, like how does he eat? What is the process? Absolutely not. My mom's home.
その通りです。なんてずうずうしいあやかし。恥を知りなさいです。
腹が減っては幸福を与えてやれぬ。神様は主様が不幸になってもよいと。
Yes, that's it. He's the god of burdens and pestilence. Yes, he's okay with her being unhappy.
幸福は自身で掴み取ってこそ。甘やかすだけのあやかしが彼女の成長を邪魔しない。
They're arguing like they're her
天狗が言い
parents.
そうなことだ。見入られた人間はたまったもんじゃねえ。
ああ、神にそんな口を聞いていいんですか？
そうだぞ、小春。この口うるさい神様に矜持を与えられても知らぬぞ。
てめえはどっちの側なんだよ。
口うるさいって何ですか？
As the spirits bickered, I sighed so deeply it felt as though it was coming from the bottom of my heart. Toka looked over at me and waved his hand, as if he was shooing me away. Does this mean I should leave while I still can? Okay, yeah, so I just now noticed, like, his eyes did change color. They're kind of like a pinkish, but when he threatened them, they turned like a gold yellow color. It seemed like he was distracting them for me. Thank you, Toka. I silently thanked him in my mind and rushed out of my room. During dinner alone with my mom, where's my sister at? I felt so uncomfortable as I thought about the spirits. They had yet to show up so far. Who knows when they will, though.
何かあったの？さっきから落ち着かないわね。
Oh, no, nothing. I rushed to focus on the plate before me.
なんでもないってわけではないでしょ。落ち着かない理由は隠し事があるからよ。
Wait, don't tell me. My mind raced through impossible scenarios, including my mom having a sixth sense and being able to sense the spirits.
電話をしても出てくれないばかりか、折り返しても来ないし。私が帰ってきた時も逃げるようにして部屋に上がってしまって。
Crap, I totally forgot she called. I'm sorry, I totally forgot you called. I felt like I had to hide it. I didn't think you'd figure it out.
そんなわけないでしょう。さやかちゃんのお母さんにたまたま会ってよかったわ。
Sayaka told her mom?
進路希望調査票。
どうして黙っていたの？
Because we knew you put pressure on us when we're trying to decide our future. Her words were totally unexpected, and time seemed to stop for a moment. So much had happened, I totally forgot about the survey. A different type of tension crept up on my shoulders, and I gently put my chopsticks down. I need to tell her that I'm thinking about not going to Senju University. Those thoughts echoed in my heart, but I couldn't formulate the words.
聖銀大学一択だから言わなくてもいいってそう思っていたの？
Do you think because Senju was the only place you were considering, you didn't need to tell me that? So she thinks we only got that school on our mind and that's it.
まあそれですでに提出しているのならいいのだけれど。
I didn't submit it yet. Mom gave me a dubious look. I wanted to run away from her gaze and turn my eyes down to my plate. You see,
もう決まっているのだから早く提出しておきなさい。
Damn! Like, what part of discussing it? What you said 2 seconds ago we should discuss it, but now you're like, it's already been decided. You're going to that school. End of story. Like, that's why she didn't want to tell you. Damn. Wait, Senju is a...
そうそう、聖銀大学のオープンキャンパスに申し込んでおいたわ。
Oh, no. What? I looked at my mom in disbelief. Why didn't you ask me? Exactly.
相談も何も聖銀大学の医学部へ行くのは決まっていたことじゃない。
She didn't ask you because your opinion doesn't matter. You're going to Senjin and that's that. That's why she didn't ask you. Like, I'm sorry, girl, but you're gonna have to break this girl's heart. You're gonna have to break your mom's heart right now. It's true that I never strictly said no. I didn't want to go against her wishes, but that simply wasn't the case anymore. I feel bad that you went through all the trouble applying already, but I can't go to the open campus, I mean. I don't really want to go into medicine anymore. I am sorry it took me so long to tell you. Finally, I was able to tell her. It wasn't like the most elegant speech I'd ever made, but I was finally able to tell her. I feel like she's about to brush us off.
そう。でも今は興味がなくても後から湧いてくるわ。
What did I tell you? She just brushed it off. She's like, oh, it's just a phase. You're just nervous. Don't worry. Once you get into it, you're gonna be glad you went. Like, she does not want to entertain the fact that you want a different career path. What the? I just told her I didn't want to go. Why is she still... Why do you want me to go so much? I'd always sensed this had something to do with my father, but I wanted to hear her say it.
それはもちろん安定と高収入が見込めるからよ。
There are plenty of stable jobs that pay well. What else you got? I wasn't expecting her to respond that way, and so I merely blinked back at her, dumbfounded. That's it?
今はわからないでしょうけど、これは大事なことよ。
But if that's what you want from me, then it doesn't have to be medical field, right? Even if it's a job I'm interested in doing, if I get in a company that's stable.
それじゃあ聞くけれど、あなたの希望する職種は何なの？
Yeah, I knew that was coming. Yeah. That's the one thing that you, like, in situations like this, you need to have a bulletproof, like, plan a conversation for things like this. Like, every question they could possibly throw at you, you need a definite answer. Because if you don't, they'll be like, you don't know what you want, so I'm going to tell you what you want. And because you don't know what you want to do with your life, she's going to be like, go to Senjin and be a doctor until you figure it out. Yeah, no answer. You got nothing. I didn't have anything to say. I didn't have anything I wanted to study. I couldn't think of anything. Mom was like, yeah, she knew she got you. Like, yep.
何もないならオープンキャンパスに行きましょう。それがあなたのためよ。
It's no use.
模擬授業や入試の説明会もあってね。絶対にあなたも気に入るわ。
It was pointless to say anything more at this point. I'm full. Yeah, I would leave too. I'll be like, if you're not even gonna listen anymore, bye. I don't even want to be in your presence no more. I stood up and took my unfinished plate over to the sink.
全然食べてないじゃない。
I lost my appetite. Yeah, me here in sync. I no longer have an appetite. I couldn't even look at my mom. I couldn't help but sound icy as I replied to her.
ちゃんと食べないとダメよ。さっぱりしたものがいいなら今から作るから。
I don't want anything. I'm just tired. I'm going to my room. Usually after dinner, we'd hang out in the living room together, watching TV and talking. But today, I just couldn't bring myself to do so. I swiftly walked back to my room with my head hung low. He's like, where's my food?
残り物でもいいのかよ。
何を言う。残り物にこそ服があるのだぞ。
I've never heard of that.
神社で神頼みしていたのはこのことだったか。主様は
進路なんて自由に決めさせてやればいいだろうに。
ミサさんのお母さんにとってはそうもいかないのです。
ほう、さすがはストーカー歴13年の神様であられるな。家族
ふんふんふん。僕にかなうストーカーはそういないのです。地獄にいる悪魔以外には。
Who are we talking about aside from that demon in hell? And you just admitted to being a stalker. Again. Man, they watched the whole thing from afar. I sensed the three behind me, but they all seemed to understand the situation. They all remained quiet. I didn't want to say it like that. But I just couldn't stand how one-sided the conversation was with Mom. The same thoughts continued rolling over and over in my head, and I kept sighing. I searched things like career path stress, career path parents' wishes. I wondered how many people faced the same kind of stress I did. I found myself desperately seeking answers. And then I took out the career path survey sheet and let out a big sigh. The due date to turn in the paper was getting closer and closer. What do? I won't be able to submit it at this rate.
主様、少し良いか?
I heard Yukimuro calling out to me from behind, so I turned around.
今の主様の状態では考えても答えは出ぬと思うのだが。
But I have to submit this career path survey. Besides, my mom thinks I don't know what I want to do, and at this rate... As I spoke, I looked down again. I heard Koharu was sitting close by, sigh aloud.
あいつを見守ってる神様さんよ。手助けしてやらねえのか？
自らで乗り越えることこそ成長につながるのです。
He don't care. He's just like, I'm gonna watch you overcome this.
真面目な神様なことだ。ま、俺にすればあいつはただの犬だ。どうなろうが。
Although his words sounded dismissive, for some reason, Koharu stood up and walked over toward me.
おい、犬。ちょっと付き合い。
What, now? His words were deliberate and came out of nowhere. Just as I hesitated, the sound of a growling stomach echoed through the room.
腹が減ったのだ
He's I'm so hungry. Paid me. The culprit was Yukimaru. He dove onto my bed and started to fling his arms and legs around like a child.
うるさいですよ。あやかしなのにお腹の虫が鳴るなんて意地汚いったらないです。
おい犬、早くしろ。
The three started to get loud, and I stood up from my chair, unable to ignore them. Bring them food, listen to... I mean, I'm really curious about where Koharu wants to take me, but at the same time, it's kind of like, this dude's been asking for food the longest time, but how do you eat, sir? That is the question. You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Affection up. I should listen to Koharu. I don't want him to get upset with me. Besides, I want to get rid of him. Where are you going?
散歩だ。付き合え。
うわー腹が減った
He's like,
減った減った
he said, I'm starving. Please feed me. Calm down, please. I'll buy you something at the convenience store. As I tried to comfort him, Yukimaru immediately stopped his temper tantrum.
待っておるぞ。
That's all it took. Gosh, he's so simple. Seeing Yukimaru's childness, I remembered that guardian spirits were often said to be childlike.
一人で大丈夫ですか？目つきと態度と性格が悪そうな小春さんと一緒なんて心配です。
He's right there. Toka did look very concerned.
てめえ、神だからって何でも言っていいと思うなよ。
お、小春、今こそ神を滅する時だぞい。
てめえは焚きつけるな。
Koharu, irritated, grabbed me by the hand.
ほら、さっさと行くぞ。
Okay. Koharu pulled me in. We swiftly left my room. As soon as we stepped outside, Koharu let go of my hand.
あいつらがいるとうるさくて仕方ねえ。
That's why you wanted to go for a walk?
まあな。
I understood where he was coming from. But the only reason I'm here is because I'm scared of Koharu. He started walking and I followed him timidly behind him. We walked together in silence and I made sure to keep my distance from him. Before I knew it, we reached the park. I wonder how far we're going to walk. We had walked all the way to the park, but I had no idea if he had a destination in mind. Finding the awkward silence unbearable, I spoke up. So, how far are we going? Oh, isn't this where scene is?
散歩ってのはそういうもんだろ。
Yeah, I guess.
ま、そろそろ戻るか。コンビニに行くんだろ。ついて行ってやる。
Oh, okay. Thank you. Koharu's eye narrowed.
明日からこき使ってやるから、礼なんていらねえよ。
Oh, what would I be doing?
そうだな。 こっくりさんをやろうとしているやつを見つけたら
He said punch everyone who's a spirit board. He's like, I'm so tired of this shit. I'm tired of being summoned for stupid shit. What? I can't do that. Seeing my reaction, Koharu chuckled. Is he messing with me?
冗談だ。だが、やめさせることは
Probably. Well, I guess, but honestly, I don't think too many people play with spirit boards anymore. With the exception of Sayaka, of course. I murder the words in my head. Do you dislike being a spirit board?
ああ、面倒ったらね。一族が担ってることだから。
It's the family business? Koharu stared at the ground, muttering.
だが、人に呼ばれ続けるのも必須でな。
Is that some kind of rule or something?
そんなんじゃねえ。ただ、人に
Oh.
忘れられたら消えちまうってだけだ。
He spoke so matter-of-factly, I couldn't help but give him a shocked look in return.
あやかしは人が作り出した空想の産物に過ぎねえ。空想の力がたまればたまるほど正確に形作られていく。
I can see that.
だが、形作られたもんも忘れられていけばなかったことになる。人間。
I was struck silent. I was surprised to hear how spirits live and was hurt by the words Koharu said at the end. Though I guess I can't blame him for thinking we humans are selfish. But if that's the case, then you really need to play your role as the spirit board, right?
この町くらいなら大丈夫だろう。こっくりさんは全国で有名だからな。
Well, I guess you have a point. Spirit boards are pretty... I can't say that word. I guess he's safe for now, at least. I bought some items at the convenience store and walked outside to see Koharu waiting for me. Thanks for waiting. I didn't know how much spirits ate, so I bought a ton of rice balls and bread.
見せろ。
Huh? Oh, sure. I opened up the bag for him.
雪丸にこんなにくれてやらなくていい。これとこれはお前が食え。
He said, don't give him all to him. He'll just eat. He'd probably eat it all at once too and say he's hungry again. As Koharu looked through the bag, he pointed to a few items. Are you trying to fatten me up or something?
んなくだらない真似しねえよ。ただ、雪丸のバカがムカつくだけだ。それにお前は晩飯をほとんど食ってないから余裕だろ。
He noticed I barely touched my dare. Yeah, they were watching that whole scene, girl. I glanced at Koharu and our eyes met. We both quickly turned away.
何見てんだ。
Oh, nothing.
追加で命令だ。今度から飯を残すな。特に誰かが作ってくれたもんはな。当たり前のもんなんてね。日が経つにつれ、日常は徐々に変わっていく。
That's very
与え
true.
られているものに感謝しろ。
What you have today, you might not have tomorrow.
お前が自分のことを考えるのはそれからだ。
Thanks for the advice. I thank Koharu from the bottom of my heart.
勘違いするな。俺は食い物だったり他者からの行為を無下にする奴が許せねえだけだ。
He looked deeply serious. In fact, for a whole second, he looked almost irritated. When I saw that expression from before, it scared me, but seeing it now, I jolted back to reality. I saw Koharu had already begun walking home. I jogged to catch up to him, this time walking side by side with him. Maybe Koharu isn't as scary of a spirit as I thought. Yeah, he's just, he's rough around the edges, but he got a soft spot. The orders he gave me weren't exactly what I was expecting. If anything, they seemed designed to help me, and he was actually quite kind. When we left, she was following timidly behind me, but now she's walking right next to me. In truth, it made me feel rather awkward. Why am I letting this human get to me? Perhaps this is partly my fault. I called her out, scolded her about eating her food and accepting kindness of others. But the fact that she listened so intently showed she wasn't a bad person. Man, what am I doing? They say when you get involved with humans, all the little things that didn't seem to bother you before get on your nerves. This is all her fault. Why does she have to mess up the ritual? And where's that stupid rule even come from? The one that says we have to haunt people. Thinking back on it, it had been a while since someone had messed up the ritual in my district. I bet anything that stupid Yukimaru scared her, and that's why she let go. Stupid Yukimaru. Oh, right. Koharu, you should take this. Here you go. Misa suddenly took out an inari rice ball from her bag and offered it to me. I don't need it. You eat it. Aren't you hungry though? Ah, okay. It was exactly as I thought. He doesn't need to eat, he just likes eating. Oh, I had no idea. I bought this one for you. She bought it for me? I guess I'll give it to Yukimaru. No. As I rushed to explain myself, Misa smiled and handed the inari to me. How long has it been since I made eye contact with someone, let alone seen them smile? I wasn't used to it. It felt awkward. That's why I wasn't good with humans. After I returned to my room, I took the career path survey that was sitting on top of my desk. What should I do about this? I muttered to myself and quickly got an answer. Just don't do it. I turned around to see the three of them there.
お、小春もたまには良いことを言う。主様の状況が見えてきて、情が湧いてきたかの。
そんなんじゃねえよ。うだうだ悩んでうざってってだけだ。たたってるこっちがめいっちまってイライラするんだよ。
Hearing Koharu put in such selfish terms irritated me. He doesn't even know what I'm going through. Even if he's intimidated, I couldn't stay quiet about this. This is about me, so please don't meddle. I spoke clearly and harshly, and for some reason, Koharu returned my words with a smile.
言うじゃねえか。そうやってはっきりものが言えるのに。
主様、小春はな、それが主様を焦らせているのなら、一度そう言うておるのだ。
勝手に美化してんじゃねえ。
Take my mind off this, so I just try and escape? Not fully understanding what he was trying to say, I cocked my head in response.
てめえには何のために口がついてんだ。ない頭ばっかりひねって時間を無駄にしてんじゃね
え。主様は考えすぎて空回りしておる。それは時間を無駄にする行為。
He's basically translating, Master, your time thinking in this stressed out state is merely a waste of your precious intellect.
提出先に待ってくれと言えば済む話だろ。
もう少し待ってほしいと言えば心に余裕が生まれる。そうなれば良い案が浮かぶやもし。
てめえはさっきから勝手に翻訳してんじゃねえよ。
Will you stop playing interpreter? He's been around for so long, he's just like, he's saying it like this, but what he's really trying to say is this.
小春の言うことは分かりづらいからの。付き合いの長い我しか分からぬだろうに。
I hadn't even thought of that. I've been trying to run away from reality for so long, I was unable to see the whole big picture anymore. That's why I couldn't even come up with an option to talk with my teacher about. Koharu took a step forward and gave me a stern look.
命令だ。明日、提出を待ってくれと言ってこい。お前に拒否権はない。犬は主人に従うまで。
He spoke forcefully, yet there was a certain warmth in his words.
命令とあらば、主様は従わなくてはならぬの。拒否すればどんな目に遭わされるか。恐ろしや、恐ろしや。
Why is he talking like that? He said the words with such dramatic flair I couldn't help but giggle. You're right, I guess I have no choice but to do as you say. Hearing my words, Koharu smiled. However, he seemed to notice me watching, and his expression returned to his usual scowl. Koharu, why are you giving me so much advice? He scratched his head and looked away.
しけた面されてった。たたりがいがねえってだけだ。
His cheeks I was just like, is he blushing? I wasn't sure because I wasn't looking at his face at that moment, but he's blushing. He's just like, don't worry about it, okay? So even if I thank him, that makes him blush. In that case, then I have no choice but to comply, Koharu. He filed faintly.
そろそろ眠くなってきたの。さて、心情を共にするわけにもいかぬ。我々は猿としようかの。
One of them's gonna say no.
ああ、そうだな。人と関わると疲れて仕方ねえ。
I didn't know spirits slept. As they were about to leave, Toka, who had been quiet this whole time, glided toward me.
おやすみなさい。眠っている間は気配を消しますが、変わらずあなたを見守っています。
So basically, I'm going to erase your senses so you can't see that I'm there, but I'm going to watch you sleep. I knew he wasn't going to leave. I knew it was going to be one of them. Wait, does that mean he's going to stay? I won't be able to sleep like that. Toka, please rest somewhere else. I chose my words carefully, but he returned my pleas with a serious gaze.
そばにいることはしません。ただ、あなたの夢を守るだけですから。
Protect me from my dreams.
だから、ゆっくり眠ってください。
My dreams? Yeah, I was like, what does that mean? I didn't know what he meant, but as long as he wasn't literally there with me, I'd be okay. Thank you? After hearing him say he'd protect me, it felt only right to thank him. After they left my room, I got ready for bed and climbed in. Finally, I let out a big sigh of relief. So much has happened that day. Yukimaru, Koharu, even Toka, Yet despite how terrible my initial reaction to them was, I felt having them around relieved the panic I was feeling in my heart. Guess they're not such bad people after all. Well, I guess they're not really people, huh? I laughed wildly and turned off the lights. I felt like I could get a good night's sleep. Immediately after thinking that, I fell asleep. Chapter 2. The next day, I finished getting ready and mustered the courage to go down to the living room. I think Mom has an early shift today, so she's probably not home anymore. Just as I anticipated, she wasn't there. Instead, I found my older sister waiting for me in the living room.
おはよう。何突っ立ってんだ？さっさと朝飯食っちまいな。
Alright, morning! I knew it wasn't something to bring up first in the morning. I felt relieved knowing I'd talk to my mom later that night.
あ、ご飯あんたの分だけだから、よそったら炊飯器切っておいて。
Got it. I scooped the rice into my bowl and turned off the switch on the cooker.
主様、主様。
That anime. What is it?
なんぞ。
Hey, what's he doing? My sister's still here. I glanced through the TV and see that it's playing a morning kids anime. I checked to make sure my sister wasn't in earshot and whispered to Yukimaru. The anime is called Tonodomaru. A highly popular long-running anime featuring a chihuahua named Tonodomaru who rises to power as a warlord in the Segiku era. His fur is black and tan. His catchphrase is "Pay attention to the fighting spirit behind these eyes, behind these cute round." What the world? Yukimaru walked off, sat in front of the TV, and started to watch the anime, completely engrossed. I guess he likes anime.
お前、座敷わらしの仕事しろよ。
They're both just disappointed in him.
そうですよ。何のためにここにいるですか？
Before I knew it, Koharu and Toka had also entered the living room. Toka seemed angry with Yukimaru, but took a seat on the couch next to him.
これ、なんていうアニメですか？
神様ともあろうお方が世情を知らぬとは嘆かわしいの。
Look, 2 seconds ago you didn't even know what it was.
アニメを見る機会なんて忙しい神にはないのです。
仕方ない。教えてしんぜよ。このアニメはかの有名な殿田
殿田丸。面白そうだとは思ったですが、なるほど、有名なんですね。
くだらねえ。
He's so done with it. He's like, oh my god. Truly. I knew that I shouldn't let them distract me. I sat at the table ignoring them so that I could leave the house eventually. I'll be sure to eat everything today. Although I still had awkward feelings toward my mom, those feelings didn't change the fact that I appreciated her. Thanks for the food. It's tamagoyaki. I love my mom's rolled omelets. I took a bite. It tastes a little different than usual. As I chewed, an unfamiliar flavor spread through my mouth, making me tilt my head in confusion.
あんたも思った？
Yeah, Mom made this, right?
まあ、私もあんたも作ってないなら母さんしかいないでしょ。
It tastes different than usual, but it's really, really good.
だよな。最初びっくりしたけど結構いけるんだよね。
My sister happily took another bite. Seeing she was in a good mood, I decided to ask about work. Are you going to be late again tonight?
多分今やってる仕事がなかなか重くてさ。
Oh, the new display for your shop, right? How's that coming along?
店長に相談しつつ試行錯誤してる感じ？大変だとは思っていたけど、ここまでとはね。
Her voice was bright despite her words. It's always how much fun and satisfaction she takes from her work. Listening to her talk about work like this filled me with a mix of envy and excitement. I always enjoyed hearing about the project she's working on, or stories about how her job was going.
てか、今日なんかあんのか？
Oh no, nothing like that. I quickly shook my head and she shot me a skeptical look. Well, what? Something wrong with my hair? I tried to play it off with a smile, but my sister slumped her shoulders.
はいはい、ごまかしたって無駄。あんたの姉ちゃん何年やってると思ってんだよ。何かあったんだろ？
I realized there was no point in trying to hide it. I decided to be honest with her. I got into an argument with Mom over my career path survey, but don't worry, I'll talk it out with her tonight. I tried to sound upbeat, but my sister put down her chopsticks, suddenly looking very serious.
あんた、やっぱり聖銀大学には行きたくないんだろう。
Yeah, but I haven't exactly found what I want to do either. That's why I want to talk with Mom and find a path that's right for me, together.
そっか。私の時も同じように揉めたんだよね。
Yeah, I remember. Things were tense when my sister decided that she wanted to do the job she was doing now. But my sister never gave up and continued to push, and eventually Mom came around. It seemed hard back then, but I didn't think it would be this tough.
あんたに背負わせちゃってごめん。
I had a feeling she'd say that to me. Ever since she decided to go into fashion, the pressure Mom put on me only increased. I'm sure she feels some guilt about it. But it's not your fault. This is bound to happen one day anyway.
それはそうだけど。
Just like you dealt with it, I'll do my best to overcome it too, so please don't worry. I wasn't trying to act tough or make her feel better. I truly meant it. This is my issue after all, which means I have to be the one to deal with it.
でもさ。
No buts. This is my problem. You don't have to worry about it, Tsubasa. But on days when I need help, just promise me you'll be there, okay? With that, my sister gave me an apologetic
姉として
smile.
情けないな。ごめん。
Apologize again, and I'm taking your omelet.
ああ、やだやだ、もう言わないから。
Then eat up.
なんだって。本当に大好き。ああ、シスコンが超シスコンになっちゃうよ。
As we played around, her apologetic smile turned into a genuine one. I'm glad she's back to her old self. After seeing how much she had to struggle with my mom to fight for her own career, I didn't want to get her involved with mine. If she's going to be late tonight, then I'll just have to talk with mom on my own. I was nervous, but I knew it was my problem to overcome.
時間やばいじゃん。
I'll clean up. You go on ahead.
サンキュー、助かる。行ってきます。
Later. I should head out soon too. I finished breakfast and started cleaning up. Alright, guess it's time to head out. I walked to the sofa where Toka and Yukimaru were still watching TV. Koharu, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. I have to head to school soon, so I need to turn off the TV.
なんと
Don't take away my
奪われる。
仕方ないですよ。電気代っていうのがかかるです。ゆきまろさんには払えないでしょ。
Yukimura hung his head low. I didn't know he liked TV that much. I'll record it, that way you can watch it later. Yukimaru's face brightened. He's so easy to please.
さすがは主様じゃの。学校が終わるのを楽しみに待っておるぞ。
あなたは何をしに来たんですか。僕も仕事がありますし、ゆきまろさんも仕事しなさいです。
He's like, what are you talking about? We have to follow her as always.
と言っても学校についていくわけにもいかぬ。終わるまでどこ
He's not coming to school? Relief washed over me. What an exhausting morning. My shoulders sagged as I left home. I wonder why he can't follow me to school.
はよ待っていたよ。
Good morning. Your smile, it's kind of freaking me out. What's wrong?
昨日あんな電話してきて気にならないわけないじゃない。それで座敷わらしはどこ？
Sayaka looked around and I contemplated telling her about what happened yesterday. It would just worry her. Actually, it might just distract her. If Sayaka finds out about the spirit, she won't be able to focus on her college exams. Well, after I called you, they stopped appearing. Maybe they got bored of me. After some hesitation, I decided to try and brush the whole thing off. Sayaka's face fell.
そんな超楽しみにしてたのに。それじゃあこっくりさんはやらなかったの？
No, I felt bad because you taught me how, but since the guardian spirit was gone, I figured I didn't need to do it.
まあミサはそうだよね。はあ。あ、でもさ、実際に見たんだよね。どんな感じの見た目だ？
I knew I wouldn't get away with that. How should I answer? Kinda noisy, kinda godly? We're gonna go with noisy. Because that's exactly what he was. It was kinda noisy. There was a lot of talking involved.
へえ、やっぱり中身も子供っぽいのかな。あ、でも見た目は子供じゃないって言ってたよね。
Well, my memory's kinda hazy, so I don't totally remember. I sensed her curiosity, and so I tried to throw her off the trail by being ambiguous.
なんだ、そっか。
Sorry. The whole time we talked, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. I must be imagining it, right?
私も会ってみたいな。どこで
Because
会ったんだっけ？
because Toka would still be following me, right? Because Yukimaru said he couldn't for some strange reason. Koharu went off somewhere, so that leaves Toka to be the only one following me around. Well, I guess I could tell her the location. At Tsukumo Shrine.
よし、早速放課後行ってみよっと。毎日勉強漬けだから気分転換にもなるしね。ねえ、あなたも行く？
Nah, I'll pass. I had my fill of that kind of stuff. Plus, I want to spend some time thinking about my career path survey after school. With that, Sayaka looked at me with a worried glance.
進路決まりそう？どこの大学にするか悩んでるなら相談に乗るよ。
Well, honestly, there's not much to discuss. I haven't even thought much about it. But man, am I jealous of people who've already decided.
それなら私が手伝うよ。あなたの進路が決まるように。親友の私ならあなたに合うものをアドバイスできると思う。
Thanks, but really, I'm fine. Your offer to help is more than generous enough.
でも
Sayaka, you're trying to get into Senjin, right? You should focus on your exams, not this. But she only wants to go to Senjin because you're going to Senjin. But if you're not going, she doesn't have much motivation to go. Sayaka, what's wrong?
あ、なんでもない。私当番があったから先に行くね。
Before I could call out to her, she had run off. Class duty? What's that about? Something about Sayaka seemed off. Could it be because I turned down her offer to help me? But I hadn't decided anything yet. Even if Sayaka were to try to help me out, it would just be a waste of her time. Sayaka's working so hard right now to get into Senjin. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to talk to the teacher about getting an extension on the career path survey. Even if I wait to turn it in, I still need to discuss it. I sighed softly and hurried on my way to school as well. I wasn't able to talk with my homeroom teacher before school, so I waited till class was over. I decided to be honest and tell my teacher that I was still unsure of my future plans.
なるほど。話は分かったよ。
I'm sorry.
そんな沈んだ顔をするな。まだ時間はあるんだから。
Okay.
提出については急がなくて大丈夫だ。何かあればいつでも相談に乗るからな。
Thank you. Well, at least he was understanding about it. His words comforted me. He's right. I still have time. I'll drop by the library for college flyers and job application information before going home. It's time for me to get serious about this. I was so focused on my research, I hadn't even noticed the sun had set. The school librarian shooed me out and I began the long walk home. What do I even want to do? Though talking to my teacher had bought me some time, actually facing down my future filled me with depression. I couldn't find anything what I wanted to do. This isn't good. I shouldn't feel so glum. If I'm going to talk to my mom tonight, I need to be strong. I need to have my head in a good place. Maybe I'll take a stroll before heading home. Just as I started walking, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Sayaka. She visited the priest at Tuskumuru Shrine. He claimed to have gotten rid of the floating ghost. He must be referring to Toka. Actually, the whole reason I was in this mess was because of that priest. I should have never listened to him. I muttered the words regretfully.
それは違うぞ。あれがなかったら、トーカ殿が主様に矜持を与えていたやもしれん。
Yeah, I guess that's right. So, if the priest hadn't interfered, Toka would have pushed us into the stream. We could have gotten run over.
それはまあ、いろいろと準備してましたし。
Huh? I thought I heard voices and saw two standing beside me. Can you not pop out of the blue like that? Although I protested, they seemed unconcerned with my words. I glanced around to see other people looking at me as if I was crazy. Yeah, that's right. To these people, I must look like I'm walking by myself right now. Feeling their stares on me, I felt very embarrassed and ran away. I ran, trying to escape the stares of other commuters, and before I knew it, I was in front of Tuskumuru Shrine. This should be far enough. Nobody's here to give me any strange looks. I felt relieved, but it was short-lived. Is Sayaka there? Oh, never mind.
早く帰ってアニメを見るのだ。録画とやらで撮ってくれたのであろう。
そうやってミサさんの子。
Whoops. As usual, the two of them were up to their usual noisy antics. I'm just going to ignore them.
主様、何故無視をするのだ？
僕、何かしちゃったですか？どうしよう。
こいつの
Oh, he's back.
察しろ。俺たちはミサ以外の人間には見えてねえんだぞ。
Koharu appeared out of nowhere and explained my signs to the others. Yukimaro clapped his hands in understanding.
ああ、なるほど。一人で話す奇妙な人間にさせてしまっていたか。それはすまぬ。
What the world? Suddenly, Yukimaro was engulfed in smoke. What the world? In the next instant, he appeared normal. That was to say he was dressed in modern clothes. I didn't know they could do this. Just changing your clothes isn't enough. I whispered to Yukimaro and he flashed me a big smile.
今は人間に化けておる。人の世に溶け込むとき、この姿になるのだ。
Oh, so okay, so he's fully disguised and now he can talk and be seen by people. You can do that? Oh wow, they all conveniently can do that. Powerful spirits can disguise themselves as humans. Oh, why didn't you do it before so she didn't look crazy all the time?
この姿になるのはとっても久しぶりです。なんだか変な感じ。
Since Toka is a god, I imagine him to be powerful. Realizing Yukimaro and Koharu were also powerful, I suddenly felt very intimidated.
主様、はよはよ。帰って殿田丸を見るぞい。
He yanked my arm and half dragged me in the direction of my home. Well, wait a minute, I have some things to do. Not really, but I didn't want to go home just yet. Suddenly, Yukimaru's eyes teared up. He's like, come on. To those around us, he looked like the older one and he was bursting into tears. I could feel the stares of everyone around us. He's a pain even when he's visible.
さっさと移動した方が賢明だな。
寄りたい場所があるなら遠慮しないで言ってくださいです。この泣き虫は僕が何とかするですから。
What should I do? I thought it was gonna let me choose, but it is gonna let me choose. Alrighty. Okay, so I know why we don't want to go home just yet. Because we don't want to deal with the mom situation. And she's just gonna hit us with the same thing. She's gonna hit us with the, if you don't know what you want to do with your life, then go on my path. And so, and I kind of agree, like just going there, it's just gonna be ring around the rosy with her. So I'm just gonna go over here with Koharu. There's somewhere I wanted to drop by, so please go on without me. As I spoke, Yukimura burst into tears.
もう、わがままですよ。それくらい我慢できなくてどうするですか。
この悲しみがわからぬとは。どうか殿だって、殿黙るに夢中だったではないか。
そんなことは。
Maybe I should just go home.
おい、今のうちに行くぞ。
Suddenly, Koharu pulled me by the hand. Before I could react, Koharu started running. When we arrived at the station, Koharu finally let go of my hand. No, she doesn't have an athletic bone in her body. That's what's wrong. Seeing me out of breath, Koharu looked at me with a guilty expression on his face. No. I'm just not good at sports or exercise in general. After I caught my breath, Koharu spoke up.
それで、寄りたいってのはどこだ?
Well, I haven't really decided.
あ? って気を利かせてやったってのに。
He said you're wasting my time. I'm sorry, I just didn't feel like going home right now. No doubt Mom is home right now. I needed time to emotionally prepare myself before heading home. My face must have said it all, and Koharu didn't press the issue further.
ほんじゃ、散歩しながらゆっくり帰るか。
With that, he began to walk ahead of me. Koharu's pace was slow, as if to match my normal walking speed. Maybe it's because he saw how out of breath I was. He was silent as he continued to walk beside me. Maybe this is his way of being considerate. I always had a hunch Koharu might actually be a very kind spirit. I'm glad it's him that I'm with right now. As I thought these things, I stole at a glance at him. In his normal clothes, he doesn't look like a spirit at all. Yeah, I guess like if you saw this person coming up, you would think that the thing on his face, like maybe he got into a fight, or that's like a tattoo that he had on his face, and people are like, all right, he's just being unique, but they would pretty much leave him alone. I was just thinking how you look like a normal person. When I spoke honestly, Koharu shot me a perplexed glance.
当たり前だろ。あやかしに見えたら化けてるって言わねえ。
You've got a point there. With that, the conversation ended. Feeling awkward in the silence, I tried to think of something for us to discuss. Then I spoke to him. What? You only got one option. Why did you even make it an option? Like, walks. Koharu, do you like to go on walks? I asked, and Koharu smiled in response.
まあそうだな。静かな場所で外の空気を吸うのは心が落ち着く。
I know what you mean. This is a beach town. The smell of the ocean breeze always calms me down. I'm trying to remember, like, I was like, beach? Have we been to the beach in this story yet? I didn't even know it was a beach town. I'll sometimes go into the city, but whenever I come home and smell the ocean breeze, I'm always relieved to be back home.
それなら海浜公園のあたりがお前の気に入る場所か?
Why, yes, because that's where we ended up in the last path. You nailed it. You're pretty knowledgeable about this town. I mean, it's probably been around for a while.
この町で仕事してるからな。
I see. So I guess spirits must have regions they're in charge of. In that case, he must know Namigahama pretty well. Is there a spot you like in Namigahama, Koharu? Koharu awkwardly scratched his head as he spoke.
お前と同じ場所だ。別に合わせたってわけじゃなくて偶然だからな。
Why does he say that? Then next time we take a walk, let's go to Beachfront Park.
また俺と散歩する気かよ。
Huh? Did you say something?
なんでもねえよ。
Goro coolly turned away. I wonder what he said. After I returned home, I turned on the TV and played Tono Tomorrow as promised. Both Yukimaru and Toka watched intently on the couch.
殿だまるは大人の姿になれるのか。萌えが詰まった。
いいなあ、殿だまる。僕も大人の姿になれたら。
Koharu, however, stared at the TV with apparent boredom. That's a bored expression? He looks like he's in pain.
これのどこが面白いんだっつうの。
As usual, the spirits spoke as though the situation was totally normal for them. They were all in their kimonos, invisible to everyone but me. I left them and went to the kitchen to help Mom with dinner. I need to apologize about yesterday. Hey, Mom.
そうそう。あなたが帰る少し前に担任の先生から電話があったわ。
She immediately wants to get into it. And yeah, you're not going to be able to apologize because she's about to start a whole new fight. Wait for it. Give it 2 minutes. Watch. My attempt to apologize was immediately halted by my mom's abrupt start to the conversation. Hi, how you doing, Misa, or anything, or how was your day? Just immediately that. I'm just like, you want to fight.
進路のプリント提出を遅らせたいと相談したそうじゃない。進路が決まらなくて悩んでるんじゃないかって先生心配していらしたわ。
She looked so offended. Well, it's the truth. I tried to tell you yesterday.
そうは言っても時間は進んでいくのよ。いつまでも決まらなかったらどうする気？
My heart ached. I know you don't need to remind me.
先生には聖銀大学のオープンキャンパスに申し込んだことを伝えたわ。
What?
聖銀大学じゃなくても医学部の方面で考えている旨も。
Wow, you are really just overstepping right now. Why? Why would you do that?
怒らないでちょうだい。あなたのためを思って。
No, you're doing this for you, lady. Stop it. No, this isn't for me. Mom, you're doing this for yourself. This is the same as yesterday. You won't listen to a word I have to say. I couldn't stop myself. It's all about you. It's always been about you. You never once asked me what I wanted. You just made the decisions on your own. No, I shouldn't say anymore. I'm the one who has to live this life, Mom. My future isn't for you. Upset, I ran out of the house. I ran without direction. I just ran and ran, not once feeling tired or short of breath. The events played over and over in my mind. Why did I have to say such? No, she needed to hear it. She needed to hear it. They're not horrible enough. You could have kept going. No. She was overstepping like a motherfucker. Like, no. That was not okay. Like, the teacher called because they were concerned, and you just went, oh, well, it's already been decided. Like, no. If your child is saying, I'm not sure, then they're not sure. You can't just make that decision for them and expect them to be like, okay. And then she had the audacity to say, don't get upset about this. Why can't she get upset? Like, it was like, I don't give you permission to be upset about this, but get out my face. Get out of my face. At the same time, I can't forgive her for what she did. I was just about to apologize too. Thoughts and emotions create a chaotic storm in my heart. I was surrounded by pain. I felt lost in the maze of dread with no escape. I kept running as if I was fleeing from something. And then I ended up at the beach. Tears flowed down the moment I stopped running. The problems with my mom. My undecided career path. It all felt overwhelmingly painful. I hated feeling this way. Crouching in the dark, I couldn't hold back my sobs. Yeah, I was about to say that. I was like, did they follow her or not?
話したら逃げるのは分かっておるのじゃ。ほれ、歩け歩け。
I heard voices and looked up. Yukimura and Koharu were there. The two of them walked up and sat down on either side of me. But why?
主様の行くところ、どこでもついていくと言ったであろう。
Yukimura smiled kindly at me.
俺はこいつに引っ張ってこられただけだ。
Koharu muttered curtly. Yukimura patted my back and Koharu glanced over, clearly concerned. Although my heart was a mess, I felt that feeling ebbing away. Your presence warmed my troubled heart. Thank you. My words were tearful and shaky, but they both nodded with understanding.
あんな風に言う気はなかったのであろう。今泣いているのか。
Recalling my harsh words to Mom, my eyes burned with tears again. No, she deserved that. She deserved every word. I don't feel bad for that lady. I don't. Like, I get that the reason why she's doing it is a combination of concern for her children, or in Misa just for right now, and wanting the memory of their father to be in, to stay, but it's like you're forcing something that, you know, you can't force someone to be something that they're not. And she's like, I don't want to go into medicine. Like she's like, I know I don't want to go into medicine. So wait, is the mom a nurse? I think the mom's a nurse. Because I was about to say if she wanted to go into she loves medicine so goddamn much, she should go to medicine. But she is. I think she's a nurse. I think.
メソメソするんじゃねえよ。命令だ。
このバカタレ、泣いている者にそのような物言いをするでない。
くっそ、調子くるな。
Koharu seemed uncomfortable and took something out of his pocket. Oh. It was the coin and paper spirit board from my desk.
ほら、特別だ。だから泣きやめ。
ほうほう、これは気が利くな。
How is it special?
ほれ、主様。聞きたいことを言うてみろ。
What I want to ask?
あるはずじゃ。納得のいかないものが。だから憤りを感じておるのだろ
う。Yukimaro urged me to continue, and my thoughts began to formulate. What I want to ask about is my mom.
儀式に失敗したとしても、すでにたたってるから。
Because I'm already haunting you, so there's no way you can mess this up. His words made me smile slightly. I softly placed my fingers on the coin. Why is my mom pushing med school? What is mom thinking? I feel like we already know why. Just again, if you've watched the previous videos of the last path, we know why she's pushing for med school. But I think I would really like to know what she's thinking, because if this is like the second fight in 2 days in a row, like, what is going through your mind, lady? After saying those things and running away, I started to wonder what my mother thought of me. Is my mother hurt right now? In response to my question, the Tengen coin immediately moved to yes. Yukimaro, who was standing over me, looked unsatisfied.
主様は母上の愛情を疑っておるのか？愛する娘とあんな風になったら、親としては当然傷つくであろう。
She deserved every word she got today. Okay, you ain't about to make me feel bad for saying the truth at this lady. Okay, so sit the fuck down. Okay, go over there. I don't need you. Go over there, Mr. Garden Spear. You should be on my side right now. Whose garden are you? You my mom's garden or you mine? That's certainly true. No, it's not. In truth, I already knew the answer to that question and decided to refocus. I saw. Oh, okay. So it didn't matter which one I chose. Okay. I softly placed my finger on the coin. Like, again, I already know the answer. I can pretty much guess it, but I guess this is the answer. I've always thought mom insisted on me going into medical field because of dad. Her explanation about it being a stable job with a good income didn't sit right with me. And so I decided to ask, is mom's insistence on med school because dad passed away? Okay, yeah, we already knew that. I knew it. That made far more sense than this being about a stable job and a good income. Then why did mom say what she did? I was about to continue and heard someone run toward me. I quickly hid the spirit board.
やっと見つけた。こんなところにいたのか。
Yeah, I bet the sister came home soon after, and the mom told her what happened, and they probably got into it and went out to go find her. So, sis?
帰ったら母さんが大慌てでさ、事情を聞いてすぐにあんたのこと探しに来たんだ。
Mom.
そんなに赤い目して。
I quickly wiped my eyes. Oh, you said you'd be late, but you're home early.
死後出来の翼様にかかれば、今日くらい早く帰れるってもんよ。
My sister giggled and held my hand.
今のは冗談。今朝のあんたの様子がちょっと気になってたんだよね。あんたにもいろいろ思うところがあると思うけど。
Like, the lady is not budging at all, and she keeps overstepping. Huh?
母さんがあんなに取り乱したの久しぶりに見てさ。考える時間。
If my sister was the one saying mom was stressed, then it really must be true. Besides, I wanted to cool down too. And I needed some time for that. I wanted to have a calm discussion with her. I was disappointed in myself for getting so upset. No! You were right to be upset. Okay? Don't be disappointed in yourself. The lady needed to hear that. She needed to hear the truth for what it was.
母さん心配してるし、帰りながらになるけど、話聞かせて。
I wanted to rely on her to vent. But I felt like I was past all that now. I turned slightly to glance at the two spirits who had accompanied me. I smiled awkwardly and they both smiled back. I felt a warm glow spreading in my heart.
どうしたんだ？後ろなんて見て。
It's nothing.
さ、なら行くか。
As we walked, I took a deep breath and began to open up to my sister. Sorry for worrying you and thank you for finding me. I felt guilty for making her hurry home from work, but I was relieved to have her here. My sister wrapped her arms around my shoulders, holding me close. Ah!
謝るのはなし。感謝は受け入れる。あんただから心配したいの。だから何でも言ってこい。気なんて使ったら許す。
My sister laughed in her usual way. I felt protected in her presence. But honestly, I'm okay now. I found someone to confide in.
え？でもあんたしかいなかったじゃん。あ、さやかにでも電話したのか？
Sure, yeah, Sayaka, yeah. No, it's someone new I can talk to. I told them a lot and it really helped me calm down.
私の出る幕はなしか。なんか姉と。でもまあ、そういう顔できてんならよしとするか。
Thanks. I looked skyward, contemplating what to do when I got home. I hope Mom is okay. She'll be fine. Despite our different views, I could never hate her. I was more worried about her than I was about our disagreement. How was Mom?
大丈夫だよ。あんたが帰れば気持ちもいくらか落ち着くだろう。
I hope so.
夕飯作って待っててって伝えたから、今頃うまいもんいっぱい出来上がってるって。あ、リクエストするの忘れてた。今朝の卵焼き。
Oh yeah, that was really good.
主様、その卵焼きなら小春に頼むのが良いぞ。
Yukimaru, who was following right behind me, softly whispered to me.
てめ、バラすなって言ってあっただろうが。
Wait, was he the one that made the stuff that morning and that's why it tasted different? Wait, yeah, I think we two together. Did Koharu make that tamagohaki? As I conversed with my sister, the question lingered in my mind. When I got home, my mom immediately served us dinner, just as my sister said she would. We avoided the topic from before, and as soon as she placed dinner on the table, she said she was tired and retreated to her room. I nervously sat down to dinner with my sister giving me a reassuring glance. Maybe I just need to give it time. I remembered that and started eating. Though I wasn't very hungry, I didn't want to waste the meal Mom prepared for me. I forced myself to eat every bite. My sister insisted on cleaning up, and so I returned to my room. I need to cool down. I sat in my chair and stared at the ceiling. My room was empty. Yukimaru stayed in the living room since my sister was watching TV. Koharu wasn't in the living room and must have gone off somewhere. I hadn't seen Toka in a while. I wonder if Mom's asleep. Is she okay? She's fine. Since no one was around, I couldn't help but continue thinking about it. Lost in thought, I heard a voice at my door. I recognized the voice. I stood up and opened the door to find Koharu. Sure, come in. As soon as I invited him in, he began speaking harshly to me. Dang!
犬、お前に命令がある。友人にこっくりさんをやるなと言っておけ。
My friend? You mean Sayaka?
ああ、そいつで間違いねえ。答えにくいことしか聞いてこねえから、いつも対応に困ってんだ。
He's been using the spirit board that much? I remember how quickly she sent me the instructions on how to use it before. I wouldn't be surprised if she did it all the time. What kind of question is she asking that he can't answer? What do you do when you can't answer?
何もしねえ。だからさやかってやつの前では質問に答えたことがないんだが、呼ばれる回数が多いから面倒なんだよ。
Sorry about that. Koharu seemed genuinely tired of the situation. I could only offer a wide laugh in response. Then I remembered something. Oh, there's something I wanted to ask you. The Tomogoyaki this morning, did you make it? Koharu seemed caught off guard.
そうだよ。悪いか。
So it was Koharu who made it. That tamago tasted different. It was addicting. It was really delicious. I feel like no matter what we say, it's gonna be okay. But just in case, I'll do a quick save. Yeah, let's go with the top one. It tasted different. Kind of addicting, actually.
その感想、珍味かよ。まあ、食い慣れた味の方がいいよな。
I didn't mean it that way. I meant that because it was different than usual, I liked it. Doesn't it change the pace? Why am I having such a hard time expressing myself with him? Maybe I should just said it was delicious. Well, I'm sorry.
ま、気が向いたらまた作ってやる。
You're really good at cooking, aren't you, Koharu?
昔、お前みてえに儀式の最中に失敗した男がいてな。その男は病気な上に貧乏で、飯もろくに食えなかった。見かねた俺が、そいつに料理を作ってやってな。それ以来興味が湧いて、いろいろ覚えたのが始まりだ。
He's supposed to haunt people, but it seems like he always ends up helping them. You're so kind, Koharu.
勘違いすんじゃねえ。目の前でのたれ死にされたら目覚めが悪いってだけだ。
Uh-huh. He tried to sound cold, but I could tell he was actually very kind. Earlier when he followed me, he worried about me and even let me use the spirit board.
人間には何人も関わってきた。その度に思う。面倒だってな。
Do you still feel that way?
ああ、面倒で仕方ねえ。お前のことを知っていくたびに関わっているのが嫌になる。だが、決まりは決まり。しっかりたたってやらねえとな。
It's strange to hear him say it so bluntly, but I guess this is his job.
そういう顔するな。めんどくせえ。
そうじゃそうじゃ。そのような顔をする必要などないのだぞ。
Suddenly, Yukimaru entered my room.
この小春はな、人との縁が心地よくって、だから別れる時に辛くなる。そういう感情になるのが嫌だということを言っておるのだ。
バー勝手なこと言うんじゃねえ。
図星だとこうして怒るツンデレなのじゃ。そう聞くと可愛いかろ
Refers to Koharu, someone who is kind at her but not honest with their feelings. Oh my god. I glanced at Koharu and saw his cheeks were red. You might be right. Koharu stormed out of the room, pouting.
ひゃー、ご乱心じゃ。
You think he'll be okay? He seemed pretty upset.
ああ、いいいい。小春だからいいんじゃ。
Is that really okay? Yukon was still joking, but then his expression turned serious.
今朝、小春が料理をしていたのは、お主に対する詫びの気持ち。本当は、たたるなんてことしたくないのだ。人に危害を加
Did something happen in the past?
それは、小春に直接聞くのが良いだろうな。
Yukimaru's words made me hesitate. I didn't want to reopen any wounds Koharu might still have. If asking could hurt him, I'd rather not know. Two days had passed since my mom and I got into an argument, and we hadn't spoken since. And the whole time the two of us had been avoiding each other. Exactly. I knew we needed time apart to cool down, but... Chapter 3. It was night. I had been in bed for some time, but I couldn't sleep. Thoughts of my mother kept racing through my mind. I couldn't get myself to fall asleep. You know, I just noticed we haven't seen Toka for a hot minute. I'm kind of wondering why. I tossed and turned, checking my phone over and over. I lost track of how many times I sighed. I'll get a glass of water. I gave up on sleep and got out of bed. It was so dark I didn't know someone was on the table until I was close. I gasped in surprise. Oh, Mom, it's you. With everything happening lately, it could have been anyone. Mom noticed me and slowly looked up.
まだ起きていたの?
I could say the same to you. This is so awkward. I wanted to leave. I wanted to go back to my room and hide under my blankets. But at the same time, I knew I had to face the problems before me. I can't keep avoiding this. I sat down at the table gathering all my cards and Mom looked up surprised. I want to talk. My voice was barely above a whisper.
夜中だから声を落として話せる分、冷静になれるかもしれないわね。
Her response filled me with relief.
よく眠れるようにハーブティーでも入れるわ。
Thank you. Mom got up and went to the kitchen to start boiling water. She's standing right there. I could start talking whenever, but I was so nervous I felt my throat closing. I couldn't formulate the right words. Where should I start? Oh, there you are, Toka. Stuck deep in thought, I didn't realize Toka had glided beside me.
僕の方を見ちゃダメなのです。
He startled me, and just as I was about to scream, Toka put a finger on his lips. I refrained from yelling and nodded in response.
ミサさん、考えて話さなくていいです。思っていることを。
What's on my mind? With Toka's prompting, I found myself opening my mouth to speak. I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい。
Huh? My mom apologized first, and I merely stared back at her, confused. Whenever it came to my career path, she was always so certain. I never expected her to apologize to me. She stared back at me, a pained smile on her face.
あなたは謝らなくていいのよ。私がいけないのだから。
See, yeah, at least she admitted it. Everyone else is like, oh, I spoke so hard. I was like, no, she needed to hear this. As she spoke, she brought the tea she'd made over to the table. As she poured steaming water into the cup, I smelled the aroma of tea and felt myself calming down. She then took a seat in front of me and continued speaking in a serious tone.
これまで進路のことであなたにきつく言ってしまっていたわよね。医学部へって。
She strained through each word thoughtfully, as if she was pained by each one.
あなたに嘘をついていたの。医学部へ行ってほしい理由について。
Oh, could it be? You didn't care about stability and all that other stuff, right?
分かっていたの?
Yeah, it was quite obvious, lady. Kind of. I figured it was about Dad. My dad was an excellent doctor. When other hospitals had given up on a patient, my dad would offer to help and would very often save them. It wasn't as though he was able to save everyone, but he always did what he could. He was well regarded in and out of the hospital. Naturally, because my dad worked so much, he was rarely ever home. I wanted to see Dad. I miss him so much. When I was a little girl, I often vented about his absence to my family. Whenever I did, my mom would remind me how amazing he was. I was old enough to start understanding things around me, but not everything.
そうね。お母さんも寂しいわ。でも困ったことに。
I remember my mom speaking fondly of him, her eyes beaming with pride.
一生懸命に命を助けているお父さんは誰よりもかっこいい。ミサもそう思わない？
Yeah, totally. Her thoughts were like they were my own, and I always agreed whenever she spoke about him like that. The more I understood my dad's job, the more pride I took in him and his work. I thought he was the coolest dad in the world. Mom looked down, also seemingly reminiscing about those times.
お父さんがね、入院中に言っていたの。もっとたくさんの人、その悔しそうな顔が忘れられなくて。
I didn't know he said that.
あなたや翼には見せたくなかったのよ。弱音を吐く姿をね。私はそんなお父さんの思いを娘たちに向けていた。
My sister and I had heard our mom talk about her dad's achievements countless times. I would like for you two to be amazing doctors like your father once was. I had absorbed everything mom had said over the years. In a way, I guess her desires came from wanting to honor him. She bowed down deeply towards me.
本当にごめんなさい。ミサにはミサの未来があるというのに、私はあなたに言われた言葉が本当にその通りだった。
I had spoken strongly before. I'm the one who has to live this life, Mom. My future isn't for you. I didn't mean to say it like that. I just...
いいの。あれで目が覚めたんだから。あなただったからこそ気づけたのだわ。
Thanks to me? She nodded and gave me a weak smile and stood up.
話せてよかったわ。さあ、明日もあるんだから、そろそろ寝ないとね。おやすみなさい。
When she left the living room, I was alone. Someone tapped my shoulder and I looked up at Toka beside me.
お母さんに寄り添わなくてもいいんです。ミサさんにはミサさんの人生があるです。
I know. The path before me was now my own. I knew my mother wouldn't put pressure on me like before. And yet I still didn't feel better about the whole situation. Because now you're in a now what situation. You now made it clear you don't want the medical field, but now you still don't know what you want to do. And your teacher is still kind of waiting for that form to be sent to you. So... I know Mom is still chasing after Dad's ghost, but... God, how can people do this? How can they turn those who we love into nothing but memories? I murmur the words to myself.
前を向く。それに尽きるのでしょう。
Oh my god, his eyes changed again. Toka wasn't his usual self. His demeanor was like that of a god. His words were filled with authority, and in that moment, he really did seem like one. I want Mom to be able to move forward. I wished it from the bottom of my heart. In order to do that, I returned to my room and headed straight for my desk. I took out the career path survey that I had been hiding away in my desk. I decided my path. What? After all of that, you still do girl. I mean, there's more at Sinjin University than just the medical stuff. So, I guess it's fine. This should be another option. I didn't think twice. I just wrote the words. This is the right choice, right, Dad? I muttered the words into the darkness, seeking his approval. Ah! I started by the sudden loud voice. I screamed and leapt out the bed as I did so. Yuma Green from ear to ear was standing by the side of the bed. I thought my heart was going to stop. Oblivious to the annoyance shooting from my eyes, Yukimaru spoke excitedly. I let out a long sigh. Yukimaru, please wake me up more gently next time. Waking me up like that is the worst way to start the day. Toka casually appeared, agreeing with me. You're a god. You can't ascend any higher, can you? Koharu rushed in, looking highly alert. Realizing his concern, I tried my best to reassure him. It's nothing serious. Yukimaru just had a great idea and caused a commotion. Toka spoke in a teasing voice and Koharu looked away, blushing. Despite his cold words, I knew Koharu was, in fact, a very kind spirit. I couldn't help but chuckle. Both Toka and I were smiling, but Koharu seemed unable to bear the atmosphere. Says the loudest person here. Yukimaru clapped his hands. Oh, that's already resolved. We talked last night. I decided to go to Senjin and go into the medical field. After all of that, you still go into... I thought you were going to go to Senjin but go into a different, major. But no, after all of that, you still do the thing. Misa, you should have shut the fuck up if you were just going to do the thing. What was the whole point of that whole thing if you were just going to do it anyway? I was so eager to avoid talking about the issue further, and so I firmly stayed my decision. Both Yukimaru, oh my god, and Koharu looked surprised, while Toka gave me a stern look. Even his eyes are yellow. Don't get me wrong, this isn't my mom's idea, it's mine. She's giving me the freedom to choose. So I need to start studying. Just deciding to go there doesn't guarantee I'll get in. Before anyone could respond, I rushed out the room. This is how I can help my mom move on with her life. I'm sure of it. You're still thinking about your mom. Like, you're not doing it for you. And that's why they're so concerned. Even after all that, you're like, this will help mom move on. And it's just like, you just told her that your life is your own, but you're doing it for your mom regardless. And it's just like, that's why they're all looking at you concerned, because some part of you still doesn't want to do it. It seems as though both my mom and sister had left already. I hurriedly got ready for school and rushed out the door. I walked as fast as I could towards school. I didn't want Koharu to ask me about my decision. But it wasn't Yukimaru or Koharu who appeared before me.
ミサさん、学校まで送るです。
Toka? His clothes were modern, meaning he was visible to everyone around us. Seeing Toka smile at me for some reason caused me to take a step back. Like, what do you want? His smile was so different than his usual one. You don't have to do that. He seemed to see through my fear and took a step toward me.
本当に聖銀大学に行くですか？それがあなたの願いなのですか？
Yes, and I don't want to think about it anymore. I spoke clearly, but even as I did, uncertainty spread through my heart. I tried to get rid of that feeling by smiling. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I thought if I said it like that, he would stop worrying. Instead, his face grew even more somber.
僕はこうなることを予知していました。あなたが母上に寄り添うあまり。
That's basically what she's doing.
人生を吐き。
That's not true. I started to say the words, but stopped. His gaze had clearly changed.
亡き人の思いは時に聖者を狂わせ惑わす。誰のことを言っているかわかりますね。
My mother, she missed my father so much. She tried to sacrifice my future in his memory. But my mom said she thought things over last night.
何を言っているのです？狂ったのはミサさん。あなたですよ。
Yeah, exactly. Like, the mom had let it go and said, like, hey, your future is your own. But you change decisions like that. He's like, you're the one who's gone crazy. Your mom's fine. Toga's smile gave me the chills. He's really creeping me out. Toga must have noticed my fear, but he didn't seem to care.
亡き人を思うあまり、母上の中に生まれた狂い。それがあなたに連鎖してしまって、あなたの人生は狂い始めました。そうならないよう、僕はあなたを誘うつもりでいたのですが。
My mouth felt dry. I whispered. Lure? Where?
人生を終えた者たちから人生の大切さを知れる。そんな機会を作ろうと思って。
Those whose lives had passed.
神隠しをご存知か？
I was in total shock. Was Toka intending on spearing me? Yes, he's done it before. He was planning on pretty much killing you, so basically he wanted you to learn a very hard lesson. I turned pale and took a few steps back. That's right. Toka is a tenju. His goal is to give people burdens so they can grow. I felt as though I was seeing his true nature for the first time.
あの神主のおかげで計画が台無しになってしまった。となれば、あのあやかしたちにかけるほかない。
あのあやかしたちならあなたをいい方向に見たが、やはり無理なようだ。
見くびってもらっては困るの。
Someone appeared from behind Toga. Yukimaru? A wave of relief washed over me as I saw Yukimaru's face come into view. Then someone pulled my hand from behind.
ぼさっとしてんじゃねえ。さっさとずらかるぞ。
Koharu!
あとはあいつに任せておけばいい。神に詳しいあいつならどうにかできる。
I looked at Yukimaru, who confidently nodded. I let Koharu pull me and we started to run. Koharu understood my fear. He gripped my hand tightly and continued running. As much as I appreciated him helping me escape, we had run for so long that I was getting out of breath. Koharu saw me wheezing and gave me an expressive sigh.
お前もっと体を鍛えた方がいいぞ。若いもんがこれぐらいで息上がってちゃ情けねえだろうが。
He's like, you're so young. You shouldn't be having these issues. I'm sorry.
とりあえず息を整えろ。ここまで来れば大丈夫だろうからな。
Koharu stopped and I was finally able to catch my breath. I'm fine now, thank you. We had run all the way to the entrance of my school. It was still early and there were barely any students around. I hastily bowed to Koharu. Thank you for saving me. I looked up and Koharu stared back at me, a glum expression on his face.
なあ、本気なのかよ。進路のこと。
Guess he still wants to talk about what I said in my room. Yes, I already wrote it down in the survey and I'm going to submit it today. Koharu didn't say anything and merely looked down at the ground. Both you and Yukimaru listened to me and helped me out so much. I really appreciate all you two have done for me. If it hadn't been for you two, I don't think I could have overcome this challenge.
立ち直ったか。ならどうしてそんな顔してやがる。
Huh? Truthfully, I had no idea how I looked. I thought I was speaking to him normally. How do I look to him?
おととい母親とやり合った時よりもひでえ顔してるぞ。
What? That's not true. It can't be. Don't say that.
事実を言ってるだけだ。あの天然ボケかましてる雪丸でさえ。
Yeah, even he got serious. Please stop.
昨日何があったのか話せ。お前みたいなやつが一人で抱え込んでも。
Just leave me alone. This has nothing to do with you. I couldn't help but shout back at him. Your purpose is to haunt me, right, Koharu? That's your job, right? Then why are you doing the complete opposite of that? I didn't want to say those words to him. But again, my emotions got the best of me and I couldn't stop the rage from pouring out of me. Surprisingly, Koharu said nothing in return. His expression just turned even more stern. Yet there was no anger in his face. Rather, he seemed sad or even disoriented. Seeing him like that made me stop in my tracks. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
お前の言う通りだな。
He quietly mumbled and turned around to walk away from me. But please wait. Koharu stopped. I didn't mean that, it's just... I didn't know what to say after that. In the end, I just let the silence drag on. Sitting there alone, I wanted to cry. Koharu turned around and walked back to me and patted me on the head.
お前がじっくり考えて出した答えを否定するような言い方をした。悪かったな。
He's so... How could he be so kind? He gently patted my head and my heart grew warm. It made me want to cry even more. I meant it when I said you guys saved me. I really did. You're such a kind person. I had been lying to myself before. I was surprised when the truth escaped my lips. I realized I was only telling myself I was okay. Koharu laughed suddenly.
人じゃねえ。あやかしだ。
His smile made me feel a little relieved. I felt a sense of happiness return to me. Even if I were to talk to him about my decision, I don't think it would put him at ease. In which case, all I can do is give him a genuine, reassuring smile. Oh hey, since my future's been decided, how about some tamagoyaki to celebrate? Thinking of his decision, his delicious tamagoyaki brought joy to my heart and helped me give him a genuine smile.
そういうのは本当に決まった時に取っておくもんだぜ。
Yeah, he's just like, it's not decided yet. Huh? You mean you're sticking around until I get accepted into Senjin?
どうだろうな。ま、お前をたたるには骨が折れそうだぜ。
He's basically saying it's not over till it's over. His reply was ambiguous, leaving my heart thumping in response. Here I was thinking I wanted him to leave as soon as possible. But now, is it his humanity? What is it about him that seems so special? After talking with Koharu, I noticed that she was starting to arrive. Then a familiar face approached.
Misa, ohayo.
Oh, morning. Saka stood in front of us. She looked dumbfounded, staring at Koharu without saying a word. He's like, ah, dang. Koharu seemed annoyed and began muttering to himself. Oh, that's right, Sayaka's always using the spirit board, so Koharu's met her many times already. But given how much she was staring at Koharu, I knew I had to introduce them to each other. Sayaka, this is my friend, Koharu. I thought carefully as I introduced him, but Koharu's expression looked surprised. He immediately whispered to me. Aw, he's embarrassed. Well, I can't say you're a spirit who's haunting me, can I? Yep, but... Sayaka looked confused, but she seemed to believe it easily. She smiled instantly. I didn't know you have such hot friends! Huh? Hot? I couldn't help but stare at Koharu. I've only really thought of him as the spirit board, but looking at him now, I guess he is pretty attractive. Sayaka, stop! I started to feel embarrassed. I snuck a glance at Koharu and his cheeks looked flushed too.
それじゃあな。
Koharu spoke curtly and walked off. Yeah, because you called him hot, Sayaka. He's not my boyfriend. I highly doubt it. I mean, he's a spirit. I'm not allowed to view him romantically, right? Despite telling myself, I noticed my heart rate was elevated. I entered school with Sayaka, swapped into my indoor shoes, and took out the survey from my bag.
それって進路のプリント？
Sayaka peered in and asked, Yeah, I decided I'm going to Senji University.
本当に？
Yes, really. As soon as she heard me say that, Sayaka flashed me a giant smile. Her eyes glimmered and she looked elated.
考えるって言ってたから不安だったけどよかった。
Anxious?
これで一緒に大学に通えるね。
Right.
本当に嬉しい。キャンパスライフを楽しもうぜ。
Yeah, I'm excited too. Yeah, she knows she's just repeating what she's saying. She's not really happy. For some reason, Sayaka's elated outburst suddenly stopped, and I cocked my head in confusion. Hey, what's the matter?
だってミサ、全然笑ってないよ。
I felt my face stiffen. I felt like Koharu said something similar to me earlier. I felt an ache in my heart. I tried to calm down. I covered up with a forced smile. I'm just nervous because I'm about to go to visit the staff room to submit it. You know how there's so many teachers there. Obviously they'd be there, right?
そうだよね。私も緊張しちゃってやばいよ。
She played along, but Sayaka's expression still looked concerned. Well, I'm gonna go turn it in, okay?
うん。
Sayaka's smile was completely gone as she waved me off, and I escaped to the staff room. I wanted to be sure to catch my teacher before homeroom started and found him in the faculty room.
お母さんから聞いていたが、本当にいいのか？
Room's teacher asked, looking through my survey answers with a confused look on his face. Yes, it's what I want to do.
それならいいが、まだこれで決定というわけではないから、よく考えなさい。
Why is everyone trying to talk me as? Because they can tell that that you don't want to do it. They say you don't look happy. Even the teacher, who you've only had 2 interactions with this entire game so far, is like, I'm pretty certain this is not the path you want to go on. So why are you doing it anyway? Feeling like I'd lose my nerve, I tightly clenched my fist. Then class began. Our teacher continued to speak, but I wasn't listening to a word he said. I stared at the window inside. I was stressing so much about the survey, but now that I turned it in, I didn't feel any better. Everyone's voices echoed in my head.
昨日何があったのか話せ。お前みたいなやつが。
だってミサ、全然笑ってないよ。
それならいいが、まだこれで決定というわけではないから、よく考えなさい。
Don't ask me. Don't worry about me. Don't give me that look. I worried that if I were to talk about it, if I showed my true feelings, if I thought about it, my resolve would crumble.
亡き人を思うあまり、母上の中に生まれた狂い。それがあなたに連鎖してしまって、あなたの人生は狂い始め。
I truly felt scared when Toka said that. but the fear was as much of him as it was for the words themselves. My life is starting to go astray. That can't be right. I miss my father, of course, but it's different from my mother's grief. I just want to make her happy.
Misa, ちょっと。
Sayaka was sitting nearby, desperately trying to get my attention. I gasped. It seemed the teacher had called on me. I soon realized everyone was staring at me.
一式、どうしたんだ。早く前に出てきて問題を解きなさい。
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I rushed up. Oh, jeez.
先生、一色さん、今朝から体調が悪かったんです。
The teacher gave me a stern look, but softened upon hearing Sayaka's explanation.
ああ、そうだったのか。それなら保健室に行って休んできなさい。
No, I...
さ、行こう。私が付き添うから。
Before I could refuse, Sayaka was on her feet. She pulled my hand and swiftly escorted me out of the room. Sorry, I made you lie. I immediately apologized as soon as we left. Sayaka smiled.
授業をサボれてラッキーだったよ。
My guilty conscience eased just a little. I'm so glad you're in my class, Sayaka.
ちょっと、私は便利屋じゃないんだからね。でも、同じクラスなのが嬉しいのは、私の方が大きいよ。ミサがいないと、私ダメだからさ。ほら、昔あったじゃない。
My god, how's some self-esteem, Sayaka? Don't say I'm nothing without you. Hearing that, I thought back to when we were in junior high. Our parents were friends, so we applied for the same local private school. Despite getting accepted, Sayaka and I wound up in different classes. In elementary school, Sayaka had many friends. She was always smiling, but in junior high, she just couldn't fit in. For a time, she got so stressed about it. Back then, Sayaka was like a different person. She was so gloomy.
あの時、ミサが気にしてくれてさ。休み時間になるとクラスに来てくれてたよね。あなたがいると心が強くなって通い続けることができたんだ。だから大学も一緒だって分かってすごく嬉しかったよ。
I felt a short pang guilt in my heart. I'm truly happy to attend the same college as Sayaka, but I...
一緒に受験を乗り切ろうね。
Right. I think my smile was better this time. I'm going to need to keep smiling like this. I better get used to it. I've got to be able to smile good. The fact that you have to tell yourself that means something is very wrong. I didn't feel like returning to class, so I rested a little on my bed in the nurse's office. I don't have class in the afternoon due to the school rescheduling, but I knew I had to get it together, yet all I could do was lay flat on the bed. I couldn't bring myself to stand up.
失礼します。うちのクラスの一式がいると聞いたんですが。
Oh, is that my homeroom teacher?
ああ、いますよ。今ベッドで休んでいます。
Hearing the teachers back and forth, I rushed to open the curtain. Sorry, I feel much better now. My teacher seemed relieved to hear that.
心配だったから、念のためお家に連絡しておいたからな。
Oh, but my mom is working right now. I'll just let my mom know when I get home.
いや、親戚の方が電話に出てくれたぞ。ちょうど訪ねてきているんだろ。
Huh? I don't think so. My family didn't tell me anything.
そうなのか。おかしいな。男性が電話に出たんだが、学校まで迎えに来るとのことだったぞ。
A man? Come on, put two and two together. What? No way. I left dryly in my head but felt an immediate sense of foreboding.
やーやー、この我が今ここに。
My dear niece.
めいっ子よ。
No. Please don't tell me he answered the phone. Couldn't it at least have been Koharu? Because of the conversation we just had, my teacher looked at me dubiously. Is this really your uncle? That's what his eyes seemed to ask. Perhaps he was worried that it was merely someone posing as my relative. Uncle, what are you doing here? I decided to play along. After hearing me confirm the man's identity, my teacher looked relieved.
病に倒れたと聞いて心配での。さあ、病院へ行こう。
The People's Hospital. Well, it's not that bad.
ほうほう。病院へ行くのは本意ではないと。は、まさか仮病であったか。
I wanted to kill him. He sounds like he's overacting on purpose. Why did he accuse me of faking my illness? And did he just say People Hospital? It was like he was taking this out on me for deciding to go to med school without talking to him. I replied with gritted teeth. No, Uncle, I wasn't faking. This just isn't bad enough for me to go to the hospital.
ご挨拶が遅れました。私、一式の担任の。
My teacher started to introduce himself, cutting the tension between Yukimaru and I. I ended up taking the rest of the day off, and Yukimaru and I left the school together. After that, Yukimaru just stomped off in front of me. I felt so awkward to call out to him as we walked in silence. I'm not misguided, am I? He seems mad. Thank you for coming to pick me up, but for now on, you don't have to pick up our phone. I finally gathered the courage to speak to Yukimaru, and he finally stopped walking. He turned around sharply.
主様、ひどいのだ。どうして一人で進路を決めてしまう。
So he was mad about that.
どうして一人で母上とのことを折り合いをつける。
It's true that having you hear me out helped me a lot, but this is about me and my future. I'll be okay, I promise. Just as I resolved earlier, I immediately showed my smile to him. But my smile did not make Yukimaru relieved. Rather, it made him look really sad.
我はそんなに頼りにならぬのか。
No, of course not. I promise that's not true. I reactively grabbed Yukimaru's hand. Thanks to you and Koharu, I was able to talk with my mom, and she supported me, so I'm okay, really. I couldn't explain myself well, and all I could do was repeat myself. If I went into detail, I worried that I might reveal my true feelings.
ならば、何故なのだ。何故、そんなにも悲しげな気を放っておる。
Huh, aura? Could he really see my aura?
とりあえずじゃ。天狗が言うておったことは気にしなくてよい。ただ、あやつも主様のことを思っておるのは事実。やりすぎではあるかな。
I recall how Toka acted this morning, and my expression turned glum again.
安心せ。天狗はおとなしくなる。何せ、主様に対して力が使えないのだからな。
Thank you for coming in to protect me earlier. I'm sorry it took me so long to thank you. But that Yukimaru smiled. Toka. I didn't know how I would react the next time I saw him. I'm honestly scared of him.
あやつのこと分かってやれとは言わぬ。だが避けてやるな。あやつなりに。
Oh? I had been so focused on my fear of Toka, I had forgotten. When I was talking with my mom last night, he was by my side. He was anxious about my future too.
ついでに我のことも避けてくれるな。
I wasn't, I just... That's when I remembered. His role as my guardian spirit was to make me happy. Yukimaru, I'm not stressed anymore. I'm very happy, so please.
嘘をつくでない。我は主様の気が見えるのだぞ。我は座敷わらしとして主様を幸せにすると決めておる。必ずやその悲しみを晴らし、主様の気を幸福の色にしてみせようぞ。
I wanted to reassure him that he didn't have to worry about me, but his words were firm. Seeing how determined he was, it made me feel so... I can't just win with you, Yukimaru. I said I'm fine. No, we're gonna go with that top one. It was so classic Yukimaru, all I could do was smile. I just can't win with you, Yukimaru.
今日は笑顔を見せないのではないかと不安であったが、やはり主様の笑顔は何よりもごちそうじゃな。
Yukimaru smiled back at me. His smile warmed my heart. I feel the same way, Yukimaru. Yukimaru's smile had brightened my feelings, even if it was only for a moment. Well, there's no point in arguing like this. Why don't we just head home? In response, Yukimaru just shook his head.
今の主様に必要なのは気分転換じゃ。出かけてきてはどう？
But I've already skipped school. I don't think I could do that.
言いたいこともわかるが、主様の体調不良は心から来ておるのだぞ。それならば家で休むよりも外での気分転換が一番の薬なのだ。
Wow, sure is perceptive.
保護者である我が許可を出しておるのだ。ほれ、行ってこい。
He's not really my guardian, but I realized protesting further would be no use, and I decided to just do as he said. Okay, I knew we were about to get the map. Okay. You know, we're gonna focus on Koharu. Because it already seems like we've gotten so many moments with him. I think that's where the path is just kind of going at this point. So we'll just go to the cafe. Having parted with Yukimaru, I decided to head to the cafe to clear my mood. As I headed towards the cafe, I noticed something familiar. Is that Koharu over there? What's with the low-key battle music? I approached him and softly called out to him. Koharu? As Suskuro noticed me, he immediately turned into his human form.
今日は随分と早いんだな。
Oh yeah, so stuff came up. I didn't want to worry him and quickly tried to change the topic. What are you doing here?
散歩だ。どこかでこっくりさんをされる前に。
before you know who, Voldemort. Right. If he is summoned, he has to go. I was planning on eating a parfait in the cafe, but going on a walk with him sounded like a better idea. If you don't mind, would it be okay if I tagged along? I want to get my mind off things. Koharu laughed softly. Okay.
ついてきても面白くないぞ。それでもいいなら勝手にしろ。
With that, he began to walk, and I chased after him. We ended up walking towards Beachfront Park, stopping and admiring the scenery along the way. Spending time with him like this seemed to calm my troubled heart. I swear, Cena's probably at this part looking at us like, huh, interesting. Oh, that's right. There was something I wanted to ask him. What came to mind was, cooking likes Dissel's concerns. Let's say cooking. Yes. You're really good at cooking, Koharu. That tamagoyaki was amazing. I'd love to eat it again.
おい、よだれ出てる。
You're drooling. There's no way I am. I wouldn't be drooling at my age.
ムキになってるってことは、俺の卵焼きはよだれが出るほどうまかったってことか。
Well, I guess that might be the case. It's true, but it's so annoying he noticed.
まあ、また作ってやるよ。料理をするのは好きだからな。
Oh, yay! I can't wait. Out of curiosity, do you do any baking?
今までねえな。和食も洋食も中華も作るが、飯しか作らねえ。
Ah, I see. If his tamagoyaki was that good, I bet his baking would be incredible.
おい、また口元が緩んでるぞ。
Dang, let's just go to the cafe and go eat something. Ah. I've got to stop thinking about food. I returned home to find Mom in the living room getting ready for dinner. I quickly changed and went downstairs to help my mom get dinner ready. I didn't want to bring up yesterday, but I also wanted to put her at ease. Hey Mom, Just was about to tell her about my career decision, the doorbell rang.
あら、誰か来たみたいね。
My mom hurried to the door. It's probably one of them. Ah, man, I was so close to telling her. Having missed my chance, I couldn't help but feel resentful to whoever was at the door. Oh, I was wrong. It's Sayaka. Well, yeah, oh no, it can't be Sayaka. Yeah, because she just said my friend. She would have said Sayaka. It's one of the spirits. That was not how my mom would greet Sayaka. See, exactly. Then who? Oh my god. That voice. No. I went to the living room and saw Yukimaru standing with my mother. Please don't tell me he's barging in like this to visit me. In complete shock, I froze. Then I heard my mother whisper to me.
ちょっと、年上のお友達がいるなんて聞いてなかったわよ。しかも、
He's... Confused, I hesitated. Then Koharu in spirit form appeared. Quickly summarized the situation, he motioned toward me.
おい、こりゃどうなってんだよ。
Even he's like, what is happening? That's my line. I just heard the doorbell ring and this guy shows up. I stepped away from Mom and Yukimaru to whisper to Koharu. Yukimaru, oblivious to us, kept chatting with my mom.
彼女の進路相談に乗っていての。学校ではボランティアでそういった分野の相談役をしておるのだ。
あら、そうだとは思わずすみません。先ほどお友達だと伺ったものですから。今日は進路のことでしょうか。
決めかねているというので参考になる資料を届けに寄ったのだ。
Huh? Why is he doing this? Wait, but I've already... I started to interject, but Koharu grabbed my arm, stopping me from saying more.
雪丸もバカじゃない。あいつが何をしようとしているのか、様子見するのがいい。
But...
あいつが妙なことを言ったら、俺が止めに入る。だから今...
Is that in order? He nodded, unhesitating. Okay. I can't believe he just showed up like this. What is he going to say to my mom? I gasped when I realized. Wait, this timing was just too perfect. Did he come to prevent me from telling my mom about my decision?
良い匂いがするの。食事時だったとは気づかず申し訳ない。我は貧乏な大学生でなかなか手料理には恵まれず、ミサ殿が羨ましい限りじゃ。
He's asking for food right now. I glowered at Yukimaru, but my mom giggled. She seemed tickled by his painfully obvious ploy.
よかったら召し上がっていかれませんか？娘がお世話になっていますし、お礼も兼ねてそうさせてください。
Mom?
もう急に大きな声を出さないでちょうだい。さあ、お客様を待たせてはいけないわ。お皿出して。
She totally fell for it. I glared at Yukimaru. He giggled, unbothered. I sat at the dinner table with Yukimaru and my mom. I can't believe this is actually happening. Watching Yukimaru praise the meal, I felt lethargic yet anxious, unsure of what he might say next.
私も進路相談に乗ってもらってもいいかしら。
When my mom initiated the conversation, I felt a lump build up in my throat.
何でも聞くがよいぞ。
Why is he acting like this? Overwhelmed with emotion, all I could do was sit and watch.
ミサはどんな分野が向いているか私には分からなくて。
Mom, we're out of soy sauce. Really?
今日は使わないでしょ。
We don't need any today. She's like, shut up. Search for trying to change the subject. Yugen crossed his arms, choosing his words carefully. Please don't say anything stupid. I was afraid because he could read my aura. He could tell my mom what I was thinking.
見極めるのはまだ早計である。彼女の年齢で決まっている方が珍しいくらいじゃ。若いうちは興味のある分野の学問を学び、友との青春を楽しみ、いろいろな経験を積むのがいい。そのうちに見えてくるだろう、己の進むべき道が。だから、
I didn't expect him to say that. Yukimaru's gaze was kind. I felt embarrassed for doubting him. It seemed he really did care about me and my future. Realizing this, I fell silent. If my future was like that, that would be wonderful, actually. All the doubts I had tried to suppress came rushing back.
この子は姉とは違って 自分をあまり出しません。きっと私が押さえつけていたからそうなってしまって。
Mom. Well, that's not true. I chose this path myself. It's why I studied so hard.
いいえ、医学の道へ進むよう常に言っていたわ。あなたにすり込ませるようにして。
At least she's admitting it.
それが原因で夢を持てずにいたのよ。
Mom's face was expressionless, just like last night. Unable to bear it, I looked away.
雪丸さんの言うような形になれば、この子も夢を持てるのかもしれないですね。
Mom set up her chopsticks down and bowed deeply to Yukimaru.
これからも相談に乗ってやってください。よろしくお願いします。
任せてもらえて我も嬉しく思う。
Yukimaru's response was firm and confident. I let their words echo in my mind. The doubts I had intensified. I made the decision for my mom. I thought I knew what I wanted, and yet I felt myself wavering. After I returned to my room, I let out a big sigh. I had no more energy and dove into bed. I'm so tired. Though sharing a meal with Yukimaru was lively, I couldn't deny the whole thing was emotionally draining.
あのあやかしもなかなかいいことをするです。
We haven't seen you for a while. I heard a voice and quickly sat up. Oh, Toka. He approached me and then sat down beside me.
雪丸さんはあなたに最後の時を与えました。
What do you mean by that?
誰に左右されることのないあなただけの進みたい道を決めるその時間です。
Huh?
僕もですが、雪丸さんも分かっているです。あなたが提出した進路プリントは偽りだと。
Yes, it is.
それならどうしてまっすぐに目を見て言えないんですか？今日提出をした進路プリントは決定ではないですし、母上もまだ知るところではありません。今の僕はミサさんにとって神でも何でもないです。だから言葉で助言を与えるです。
Choka took a deep breath.
これから言うことを心して聞きなさい。
I couldn't read people's auras like Yukimaru. However, I felt a shift in Toka's demeanor as he spoke to me.
昨夜と先ほどの母上の表情、あれはあなたの思っているようなものではない。母に寄り添うあまり目が曇っていると見える。母の瞳で見ようとするな。考えすぎ。あなたが今考えるべきなのは己自身のこと。自身の気持ちを無視していてはいけない。そろそろ自由に物事を考える時なのだと。
He said he wasn't speaking as a god, but his demeanor certainly was that of a god. I know, right? I was just like, you just said you were going to talk to me as a god. I hadn't noticed Koharu enter. He watched us from the center and smiled.
Koharu さんこそです。扉の外でこちらの様子を伺っていたくせに。
Toga's demeanor shifted back to normal as he shot back at Koharu. You were eavesdropping?
です。僕が今朝みたいにミサさんを怖がらせないか見張っていたです。
くそ、余計なこと言うんじゃねえよ。
赤くなった赤くなった。小春さんは照れ屋さんですね。
てめえ、神だからって調子に乗るんじゃねえぞ。
おや、神に逆らっていいと思ってるですか？
Their playful banter made me laugh. I love seeing them like this. Now that I think about it, the liveliest of the bunch isn't here. I looked around. Yukimura hasn't been back since he disguised himself as a human. I hope he comes back soon. Despite a lot of stress, I had so many people who gave me advice and support. That alone put me at ease.
わあ、そうだ。あなたに残念なお知らせがあるです。
What's the bad news? Did we just lose him as my guardian's spirit or something? What is it?
先ほど姉上が帰宅されたんですけど、腹減った。あなたのプリンを手に取り、逡巡した後。
No, it'll be fine and ate it. That's the bad news.
お知らせしておくです。
I thought it was something serious. What? That was limited edition parfait pudding. I flew out the room and dashed downstairs.
なんだあいつ、プリンがそんなに好きなのか？
というよりも甘いものが好きなんです。小さな頃から変わらず大好きなものなのです。
へえ、そっか。
Is she about to see something? Oh, okay, Kuro's perspective. As I was about to go out for a stroll, Misa walked out and asked to join. So I ended up on an evening stroll with Misa, but...
お前、いつもこんな時間に一人でコンビニ行くのか？
Doesn't this girl know it's dangerous to walk alone at night? Not really, I just wanted to join you on your walk. Did I just talk for Koharu that whole time? I am so sorry.
そうかよ。
And can we talk about anything other than my career? I want to do that on my own. Misa's expression was different from this morning. There was a new light in her eyes. It seemed Nukimaru and Toka's efforts had paid off, at least for now. I felt a mix of relief and surprise. Relief that she was feeling better and surprise that I cared for this human I was haunting. What's so funny?
別になんでもねえよ。
I ran my fingers through Misa's hair, patting her head. Hey, stop! I didn't mind the time I spent with her. But I can't stay here too long. Time flows differently for spirits and mortals. If I grow too attached, it will only bring pain again. So I resolved to stay with her. At least until she decided on her career path. Chapter 4. It's morning. I kept waking up throughout the night, and before I knew it, sunlight was filtering through the curtains. Wouldn't it be great if I really could decide things on my own, like Yukimura said? My mom's sad expression. Toka said I'm misinterpreting it. What does that mean? Did I make a mistake? What should I do? I can't keep thinking about this. Lying in bed, my mind replayed yesterday's events over and over. Unable to relax, I decided to get up. It was my day off, so I went for a walk to clear my head. I breathed in the fresh morning air. This feels nice.
まったくじゃな。だが
Yukimura suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I seriously wish he stopped doing that. I gave him a harsh look and his expression immediately turned somber.
主様、昨夜は勝手をして申し訳なかった。だが、あのままでは。
It's okay, I get it. Oh? At first I was shocked and more than a little upset. But I can't deny your words made me happy. Yukimura helped me envision a new future. I could tell he wanted me to enjoy my life. Hearing you talk about my life like that, it made me feel happy, truly. And I actually would love to follow a path like that, like the one you described. I smiled, then quickly hid my face from view. But I'm worried about Mom. It still seems like she's chasing after my dad somehow. I want her to be able to move forward, and I was hoping my going into the medical field would inspire her to do that. Yukimura gently lifted my chin with his fan.
主様の思いやりは立派。だが、母上はそのようなことは望んでおらぬ。
She looks so sad though.
目に見えるものが全てではない。母上の言葉を覚えておるだろう。お主が。
Yeah, I heard her say that, but I doubt she really meant it.
相手を思うあまり考えすぎていけない。素直に捉えていいこともあるのだぞ。
Toga had said something similar. Would it really be okay? Can I really choose my own path? You really think I can choose my own path, like my mom said? I looked up at Yukimura, who smiled back at me.
当たり前じゃ。主様の人生なのだからな。
At last my heart began to feel lighter. It had been weighed down all this time, but finally I felt like I was starting to see a way forward.
まだ不安なことはあるが、我らがおるのだ。安心せ。
おい、我らってのはなんだよ。
I turned to face the voice behind me and found Koharu standing nearby. These guys seriously appear out of nowhere.
まさか俺を当てにしてねえだろうね。
What are you talking about? You've been plenty of help.
何を言うておる。我らはチーム主様だと語
You're
り合
a
ったでは
team
ないか。
master?
語り合ってねえ。勝手に話を作るな。
そんなこと言って主様のことを気にかけているくせに。
そんなことあるわけねえだろうが。
それじゃあ言うが、たたってる相手に卵焼きなんて作ってやるかのう。
Koharu was speechless and turned to glare at me, like it's my fault.
くそ。おい犬。面倒な座敷わらしにさっさと消えてもらえ。
And how exactly am I supposed to do that? What? That's not fair. Kuro seemed rather upset while Yukimaru took my hand as if to protect me.
主様が夢を見つけられるよう助力する。それこそが一式ミサの座敷わらしとしてすべきこと。
Truthfully, I was grateful for this sentiment. But this whole thing made me feel like I was getting pulled in two opposite directions. Oh, okay. That's my guardian spirit. Orders are orders. Orders are orders, like... Okay. Look, I'm gonna go with the top one, you know? Just, that's my guardian spirit. He's looking out for me. Keep our affection up. And that's why you're my guardian spirit. Hell yeah. I turned and smiled at Yukimaru. His face lit up with joy upon seeing my smile. Aww. Look at him. He's so happy. Hey! I was both surprised and embarrassed by his sudden closeness. Too close, too close.
無理じゃ。嬉しくて感情が抑えきれないのだ。だって初めて認めてくれたのだぞ。この我が主様の座敷わらしであると。主様、必ずや幸せにしてみせるぞ。たとえ何年かかってでも。
I can't spend too much time thinking about this. Besides, you can't stick around here forever, you know.
主様が何と言おうとそうするのじゃ。
Wow, he's the same as ever, but... Thank you. I haven't felt this positive in a long time. Please keep watching over me.
なんと嬉しい言葉の嵐。
Does the storm of compliments knows no end? Numerous face floored with delight at his face came even closer to mine. I could almost feel his breath as he got closer. Suddenly, Yukimaru was yanked away. Koharu stood there, visibly upset, holding Yukimaru by the collar. Koharu looked agitated, but Yukimaru puffed out his chest defiantly.
そんなの接吻に決まっておる。
嬉しい気持ちが溢れて止まらなくなったのだ。
A bus? You mean a kiss? What is he trying to pull here?
海外ドラマでよくあるだろう。感極まってキスをする場面が。
I didn't even know that's what he was going for. It was just a whole hug.
てめえは日本のあやかしだろうが。変なところ真似しようとするんじゃねえ。頭を冷やせ。
Guys, you remember we're outside, right? I look like a crazy person talking, laughing by myself. I realized how strange I must have appeared. I was grateful it was the weekend and there weren't that many people around. After my comment, they disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Then they reappeared, transformed into humans.
これでよいな。さて、どこに行くのだ？
目的も知らずに化けたのかよ。
己も同じ行動をとっているのを忘れておらぬか？
Yeah, he has a point.
どこ行くんだよ。
Just a casual stroll. I'm fine alone, really. I felt guilty seeing them expend energy to transform, but I wanted to be honest. I'll be off then, okay? I turned and started walking away from them. Are they following me? I said I was fine alone, right? Yeah, when I turned around, Yukimaru and Koharu were trying alone. I mean, yep, I knew it! I knew they were gonna follow you. I knew it. I stopped and turned to face them. Why are you guys following me? We're not following you.
様の行くところどこでもついていくと言ってあったではないか。これを言うのは3回目だぞ。
He's always so literal.
俺は散歩が好きだからってだけだ。気にするな。
I'm just walking. I knew one of them was going to do it. Like, I'm just happen to go in the same direction. Amid our conversation, a dog barked drew near.
Oi! Misa!
Koharu, run! It was Saika with their family dog, Tono de Maharu. The two of them came running over.
ミサが朝ここにいるなんて珍しい。
Good morning. Felt like taking a walk today. Hi there, Tono de Maharu. I greeted him and he responded with lively barks.
殿田丸どこじゃ
Yukimaru looked around surprised. Not the anime character, it's the name of Saiga's dog.
なんとワンコの名前大層な名をもらいよって。
Yukimaru observed him curiously.
小春さんですよね。昨日はどうも。
Trying to get away! He's like,
あ
ugh.
とは奇遇だな。
He's like, oh, let me get out of here. Koharu chuckled nervously, taking a step back from Sayaka. I wonder what she's been asking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. What is she asking? That he's so nervous.
ねえ、またもやイケメンが増えてるんだけど。
Sayaka whispered to me. Oh, that's Yukimaru. He's a friend of Koharu's. Kirika glared, but I ignored him. I couldn't think of any other way to introduce him. Meanwhile, Yukimaru was...
お主は殿田丸を見たことあるか？あれはとても良い。そうかそうか。まったく過方者め。
Yukimaru seemed to be talking to Tono Doromaru. He's a bit unique. Isn't that right, Koharu?
ああ、そうだな。
Japan's weirdest man? Refers to Yukimaru, the way he thinks and acts, everything about him is unique. Okay, we didn't need the glossary for that, you know? I thought it was a term I didn't know.
殿田丸と会話してくれて嬉しいよ。あ、そうだ。ミサに渡したいものがあったんだ。はい、これ。
Saga handed me something from her pocket. Is this a good luck charm?
つくも神社で買ったんだ。一緒に聖銀大学に受かるように神頼み。
Ah, Saga, I don't know how to tell you this. Oh. That's right, I need to tell Saga my decision. She seems so excited and I really didn't want to ruin her enthusiasm, but... I have to tell her. Saga, I'm sorry. I've decided to think things over a bit more.
どういうこと？
Yeah, she's not gonna like that. Saga's smile faded. I know I told you I wanted to go into Senjin, but I want to think about it more. I want to take some time and find the school and job that's right for me. I'm sorry for changing my mind. I know you were so excited yesterday. Oh, she about to cry. Sayaka's expression grew somber, but I knew telling was the right thing to do. But once I started, it all kind of came out. I had a feeling that Sayaka would be upset, but I thought she'd get over it quickly.
こうなるって、なんとなくわかってた。
Sayaka spoke softly, looking down. Sayaka?
こうなるんじゃないかって思ってたんだ。だって昨日のミサの様子おかしかったもん。無理してお母さんに合わせて決めたんでしょ。
Yeah, pretty much. Well...
だからね、私あなたが進路を変えないようにあなたの気持ちを見ないふりしていた。目いっぱい喜んだり一緒に通うって強調して、そのお守りも。
Yeah, Misa's like, why are you getting so upset about this? Sayaka shook as she struggled to get the words out. I reached out to her when she suddenly snapped her head back up to look at me.
ミサは勝手だよ。自分だけで決めようとしていて、何も相談してくれないから。だから私は。
Sayaka picked up to her and ran away from me. Her emotions were so raw, I couldn't bring myself to call her to come back. I haven't seen Sayaka look so upset since it was her first year of junior high, when she didn't fit in with her classmates. She got so lost in her head, she started skipping class. Nobody knew where she went. When I went out to look for her, I ended up finding her, but it was then I realized how fragile her emotions could be. And now, when I thought about my future,
何年か前、今みてえな顔で俺を呼び出したことがあった。
I mean, eventually you two are going to have to separate, and she's going to have to learn to be on her own. Like, you can't be together forever. Like, you guys went to the same school, you guys are in the same neighborhood, like, same street, same everything. It's just like, she's going to have to learn how to let go, eventually, or at least loosen her grip. Like, I'm showing my shoulder to Saga, like, get over it, girl. It's her future, not yours. We were in junior high about 4 years ago, right?
ああ。どうしたら友達から無視されないかってな。
Oh.
明確な答えがあるもんじゃねえから、答えてやれなくてな。
Koharu gazed into the direction Sayaka had run off to. Anger flickered in his eye.
あの時、お前があいつに手を差し伸べたの、俺は知っている。
You've been watching this whole time?
俺はそんなに暇じゃねえよ。
He spoke coldly, then gently ruffled my hair.
お前なら、あいつの考えていることがわかるんじゃねえか。
I pondered deeply about it. My actions had driven Sayaka away. After all, to her, I was her emotional support. I've taken her for granted. I'm gonna say emotional support. That's basically what we are to her. I've always been Sayaka's emotional support. It's kind of like I have to be there for her. I was filled with mixed emotions as I spoke. Sayaka was a dear friend, so being there for her came naturally to me. Yukimaru, who had been silent until that point, suddenly spoke up.
先ほどの娘が言っていたことも一理あるのだ。
What lady? Sayaka?
主様は一人で抱え込むところがある。という点においてな。周りに心配をかけまいとしているのかもしれないが、それは違う。 主様が大切だからこそ話してほしいと思うものじゃ。力になりたいと思っている姉上、こうなのだと決めつけてしまっていた母上、寂しさをかくと、まあ我が観察した程度ゆえ定かではないが。
雪丸の言う通りかもな。周りはお前が考えるよりもお前を思っ
Realizing my mistake, I couldn't say anything. I hung my head in shame. Then I felt a kind hand cup my shoulder.
今気づけてよかったな。
With that, he began to walk away.
そろそろ帰るぞ。帰ったら卵焼き作ってやる。ほら、お前も行くぞ。殿だまるとかいうアニメ見るんだろ。
What? Sayaka's gonna go home and she's gonna do something stupid.
そうであった。今日は土曜日だからスペシャルだと告知されておったのを忘れておった。
Oh my god. I stood there for a moment watching the two of them chatter back and forth before running to catch up with them. Koharu was right. I'm glad I realized this now. I'll patch this up with Sayaka and we can figure things out together. I resolved not to bother things up anymore and decided to move forward. Oh, okay, we're going his perspective. Despite watching Tomodaru in the living room, I couldn't stop thinking about Master.
我が主様は愛しの主様じゃ。
I found myself murmuring those words. Honestly, this was the first time I'd been able to fulfill my role as a guardian spirit so well. Previously, people didn't take me seriously, or they wished I would leave. That was terrible. But this time, I was determined to succeed. I have to succeed. I'm committed to making her happy. As much as I wanted to do that as her guardian spirit, I felt like it might also be because it's Misa. Yet, the Sayaka situation was somewhat concerning. It seemed that her career path moving forward was far from unsettled. Lost in thought, I suddenly gasped. Oh my god, I thought it was something important. After returning home, I found that Mom and my sister had already left for work. I quickly washed my face and entered the living room. Yukimura was on the sofa intently watching TV, with Toko right beside him. Is he blocking the whole TV?
だって雪丸さんの隣だとうるさいんですもん。
I smiled, amused by their interaction and by the fact that I was getting used to their presence. Oh, that smell. The aroma of miso soup wafted through the air. I followed the scent and found Koharu in the kitchen, finishing up breakfast.
Huh? この皿に乗っているもんはなんだ? これも温めていいんだよな。
Thanks, Koharu. Please let me help. When I entered the kitchen, I saw Koharu had nearly finished everything. On the table before me was an elaborate breakfast.
もう終わってるからさっさと座れ。冷めちまうぞ。
I'm sorry for making you do all this.
お前のためじゃねえ。料理をするのが好きってだけだ。ほら。
では、いただくとしようかな。
As if appearing out of nowhere, Yukimura was already at the table ready to eat. He's so fast. I thought he was watching TV in the other room. Watch. Koharu was about to yell. He's like, "This isn't for you!" But Koharu swiftly pulled the plate of tomogariyaki away from Yukimura.
お前のために作ったわ
I
けじゃ
knew it. I called it.
腹
が減っては主様を幸福にできぬ。
甘ったれなこと言うな。幸福にしてから勝利の味を噛みしめろ。
I chuckled as I watched the sparks fly between them as I sat down to eat. Now, I highly doubt I can finish all this on my own.
さすが主様だの。いただいたものはありがたく遠慮せずに腹に収めよう。
What's wrong with him?
たく、お前甘すぎるぞ。こいつにはもっと厳しくした方がいい。
Toka, drawn by the lively atmosphere, floated over to the table and squinted his eyes as he stared down at the table. Then he pointed his finger to one of the plates.
久しぶりに見たです。姉上の作ったもの。
What was going on? Toka's words caught me off guard, and I nearly choked on my food.
主様、ほれ、水じゃ。あまり急いで食べるのは良くないぞ。
It's not that. I'm just surprised my sister cooked.
なるほど、それか。一品だけ色もだが形状もおかしいから出そうか迷ったんだが、テーブルの上にメモがあってな。
Koharu brought over the note and I realized it was a message from my sister.
我が愛しの妹へ、翼ちゃん特製のお料理だよ。これを食べれば心も体も幸せってもいいよ。残さず食うんだぞ、翼。
At the bottom there was an additional
気持ちだけ受け取っておきなさい。母。
Aw, Mom, but Tsubasa asked me to eat all of it.
姉上なりにあなたのことが気になっているです。
He's right. It was no doubt my sister's way of trying to support me in my career struggles. And also in Mom's anxiety about me. But her cooking, I peered down at what appeared to be some sort of omelet. My heart was warmed by her concern. I don't know if I have the courage to eat it.
小春さん、お料理が好きなら姉上の手料理は食べておいた方がいいです。この世のものとは思えない体験ができるですから。
An out-of-world experience. I'm pretty sure it'll kill you. No, you really shouldn't. It's...
見た目で決めつけちゃいけねえ。どれ。
Oh no, wait! He took a bite before I could stop him. Yeah, it's just as fast as it looks. Koharu coughed, clearly wounded by the dish. Clearly wounded!
こりゃ。
Koharu turned blue and fainted.
はあ、あやかしを混沌させるとは、姉上はただものではないの。
Hey, this isn't funny. Koharu, can you hear me? Are you alright?
ミサさん、大丈夫ですよ。少ししたら元気に。
Sheesh, Toka. My sister cooking may not be hazardous to a spirit's health, but it wouldn't be pleasant dining. It wouldn't be a pleasant dining experience. I sighed at Toka's insensitivity. After the chaos of the morning, I retreated to my room and browsed various colleges online. So many colleges, so many potential things to study, so many various certifications. My eyes were unfocused as I continued to scroll. My thoughts drifted to Sayaka. I tried calling, but she didn't pick up, and the messages I sent received no reply. The way we left things yesterday made me anxious. Maybe I should try dropping by her place.
集中できておらぬと見えるぞ。
Yukimaru observed his face peering into my field of vision. I can't stop thinking about Sayaka. I glanced over at the charm she had bought on my desk, and I went to pick it up. Yukimaru placed his hand over mine. His hand was large, making my heart flutter, but he seemed focused on the charm.
ふむ。迷いと少々の邪気を感じるの。これを送る際、さやか殿は不安定だったと見える。
Yeah, because she's like, I pretended not to notice that you weren't really sure and you weren't happy, but as long as we were going to the culture, I didn't really care. I was like, what kind of friend are you? You over here saying that Misa was selfish, but you're being selfish too. You see your friend in pain and obviously struggling, and you're just like, well, as long as I'm getting what I want, So, but I really think Saya's about to do something really stupid, something like extreme, like she did in the last path. Unstable. Sayaka's words echoed in my mind. This charm was meant to keep me tied to our original plan.
物にも魂のようなものが宿るというが、これはまだそのような状態にない。主様がどのような心持ちで扱うかによって気も。
In that case, I'll take good care of it. I wanted this charm to be a positive force. And just like that, an idea struck me. I know. I should get Sayaka a gift. I'll pick something up for her, then drop by her place. That's perfect. I'm going to head out.
天気が良いのだから気分転換も良しであるな。
Yukimaru encouraged me with a smile and quickly prepared to leave. As I left, I realized the house was empty. Everyone else must have plans today. In that case, I should head out too. Is it going to make me choose location? It is going to make me choose location. All right. I mean, I want to go to the shopping mall. But, I mean, are there gifts at the station? Well, I did say before that we're just gonna focus on him for now. And see where that leads us. Koharu! In addition to the shopping mall, there were very small shops near the station. Okay, so we did go to the shopping mall. We just, our end destination just ended up being at the station. Okay. I browsed the area looking for something to get Sayaka. Then just as I was about to head into a store... Is that Koharu? I approached him, looking around, then quietly called out to him. Koharu, what was it seeing you here?
Ah, お前か。こっくりさんで呼ばれてな。
He looked exhausted, and I couldn't help but wonder what he's been asked about. I wish I could cheer him up somehow. Unable to find any words of encouragement, I thought changing the subject would be a good way to distract him. Hey, you know, I was in the middle of shopping, but I could use a break. I'm gonna take a seat on that bench over there. Care to join me? Kuro thought for a moment, then discreetly transformed into a human. Guess he's accepting my invitation. We walked to the nearby bench and sat down. Maybe I can find something cheerful to talk about to lighten his mood. Okay. To lighten his mood, I would say likes. Yes. Koharu, what do you like outside of taking walks and cooking?
それを外されたら何も残らねえぞ。
You shake those, so there's nothing left. He's like, that's it. I have no other hobbies or interests. Oh, come on. You know how Yukimaru likes to eat and I love sweets.
穏やかな時間だな。
You sound like a grandpa. He's probably old as hell, though.
褒めてんのか？
Is that a compliment? Not really a compliment or anything, just the truth. But I like that. Peaceful times.
なんだ、お前も好きなのか？
I never thought about it really, but yeah, I like peaceful times. The time I spend with you is comforting, so I like that as well. That's why I like talking to you. Like this calms me down. It's nice.
そうかよ。
Hmm? He seems pretty red.
まあ、お前との時間も悪くないかもな。好きな方かもしれねえ。
Oh.
あ？お前顔赤いぞ。熱でもあんのか？
It's nothing. I'm fine. I think I understand why Koharu was red before. But if I think about it more now, I just end up redder. After I purchased a gift for Sayaka, I went to her place to visit her, but she wasn't home. Unable to get a hold of her, my fears began to fester inside of me. It's just like last time. I thought back to the time that Sayaka started skipping school. Last time I had looked everywhere for her, but was unable to find her. A wave of unease rushed over me, and Toka immediately appeared.
人探しなら僕もお手伝いできるです。あのあやかしたちにも声をかけておくです。
I realized he must have been watching me from somewhere, but I was too relieved to care. Are you sure?
僕はもちろんですが、あのあやかしたちなら2つ返事で動くです。ずっと一緒にいたミサさんならわかるはずです。
Toko's right. Knowing them, the two would agree to help right away. Still, I don't want to take advantage of them. Despite my reservations, I decided to accept their help and express my gratitude. Thank you, Toka. Please help me find her.
やった
ー Did he say alrighty? I watched as Toka started jumping up and down with joy.
ごめんなさい。今のは違うです。とりあえず急いでみんなに声かけてくるです。
He just left. Then in a flash, Toka quickly flew off. Why did he seem so excited? Because I think it's because it's the first time you asked for his help personally. You asked for Koharu's help. You asked for Yukimaru's help. But you've never asked for Toka's help. So that's why he's like, yes! Finally! My time to shine! And I searched several places I thought Sayaka might be. I ended up at a shop near the station. Suddenly Koharu appeared panting.
おい、いたぞ。学校だ。
Really? Thanks, Koharu. Seeing how exhausted he was, I realized just how hard they'd been searching. Filled with gratitude, I rushed toward the school. Together, Koharu and I ran to the school to find Toka and Yukimaru waiting for us at the school gate. I dashed into the school, only then realizing I wasn't in my uniform. I can't worry about that right now. If I bump into a teacher, I'll just say I forgot something. Yukimaru said she was in the library, so I dashed there as quickly as I could. Then I found her. A wave of relief washed over me. She hadn't heard me come in and was standing by a nearby desk. I felt uneasy but called out to her anyway. Sayaka. Sayaka leapt up in surprise. I approached her and saw her scramble to gather papers that were scattered all over her desk. What was she doing? She looked pale as she tightly gripped the torn pieces of paper.
どうしてここに来たの？
I was looking everywhere for you, Sayaka. What are you doing here? Sayaka looked down, silent. She's acting. She was doing research. She seemed scared, and I slowly approached her to give her her gift that I just bought her. It was a charm, much like the one she'd given me from Tsukumu Shrine. I want both our futures to be bright, and so I thought it would be good for us to have matching ones. I wasn't sure if I'd gotten through to her. She didn't respond to me. She just stared at the charm. Why won't she say anything? Thinking I'd made a mistake somewhere, my heart started to race. But I knew I couldn't back down. There were still things I needed to say, things I couldn't keep bottled up anymore. You see, I still haven't figured out what I want to do with my life. But I hope it's something we can talk about together. And I'd like it if you could help me figure out a future that suits me. Is that okay? As I spoke, Sayaka's eyes began to fill with tears. When I saw her tears, my anxiety grew.
ありがとう。でも、私、これを受け取る資格ないよ。
What? Why would you say that? Sayaka took the torn up piece of paper in her hands and spread them out across the desk. Laying out the piece of paper, they spelled out a message. Don't separate me from Misa.
願いを叶えるおまじない。あなたと離れたくなくて。
Sayaka, I knew she was doing
寝ている
something.
最中に感じたのは自分の弱さ。新しい環境でちゃんとやっていけるか不安であなたに執着していたの。バカだよね。終わる頃には何やってるんだろうって自分勝手な理由で友達を振り回して。
As Sayaka opened up, her face started to crumble.
このおまじないすごくよく聞くってネットに載っていてね。
Don't do spells from the internet. You don't know how reliable that is. I'm telling you. Corpse Party. You know? Corpse Party. If you guys have ever played that game, or watched it, or heard of it, you know, lessons learned. You just don't get spells from the internet or blogs. You don't know how trustworthy that information is.
私とんでもないことしちゃったかもしれない。
With that, Sayaka burst into tears. Not knowing what to do, I merely stood there, watching until I felt Koharu's warm hand on my shoulder.
そいつは何の効力もない。だから大丈夫だ。
Oh, thanks for reassurance. Huh?
小春の言うように人間が考えた気休めじゃ。
Seriously? Despite Sayaka's convictions, I never put much faith in those online curses. Besides, if the spirits are saying it doesn't work, then there really must be nothing to it. Hey Sayaka, this charm you cast. How should I tell her? Even if I tell her it's fine, I can't really explain to her how I know it'll be fine. As I tried to come up with the right words, Toka floated over to the table and pointed towards it.
ミサさん、そのおまじないってこれですよね。ここに書かれて
His finger pointed towards Sayaka's phone, which displayed the ritual instructions. I picked up her phone and looked over at the instructions myself. So let's see. I finished reading the contents and asked Sayaka a question about them. Sayaka, can I ask, why did you rip the paper?
願いを書いた紙を破いておしまいって書いてあったから。
It doesn't say to rip it, it says to wipe it right here. It says to gently wipe it on the screen and it's done. I showed Sayaka her phone and she froze.
軽く破くのかと思ってた。
That doesn't make any sense. How do you lightly rip something? I couldn't help but laugh, but Sayaka started to blush.
だって考え事しながらだったから全然疑問に思わなかったっていうか。
Sayaka, for someone who likes the occult so much, how could you get this wrong? Not to mention, you always get the details of our school ghost stories wrong too.
そんなに笑わないでよ。
Seeing us banter back and forth made me happy, but Sayaka still seemed somewhat awkward. Eventually her face fell again, and I held out the charm for her. Here you go, Sayaka. You'll take it this time, right? She seemed to hesitate, but after staring at the charm for some time, she accepted it, tearing up as she did so.
ありがとう。
It's okay. Now stop crying, okay?
私強くなれるようにするから。だから。
Yeah, and I'm going to try and rely on you more, Sayaka. Nothing good comes from keeping all this stuff bottled up. I took a moment to glance over at the spirits who were watching the whole thing unfold. They all smiled. Sayaka wiped her tears, and I took a deep breath to collect myself.
でも本当におまじないが成功しなくてよかった。
It would have been fun even if you didn't. I don't believe in this stuff anyway.
ミサらしい。
With Sayaka smiling again, I finally felt at ease. I'm so glad. Even though I don't believe in spells, after everything that's happened, I might start paying closer attention to Sayaka's stories. Besides, I now had first-hand knowledge that gods and spirits exist. Sayaka suggested that we both go straight to the faculty room afterwards. Despite it being a day off, our teacher was there. We had something we wanted to tell him.
休日だからといって私服で来るのはあまり良くないぞ。
Sorry, I was in a rush and forgot to change.
先生、お願いがあるんです。私たちが提出していた進路希望調査票を返してもらえたらありがたいんですけど。
Sayaka seemed unable to contain her eagerness and blurted everything out. As she did, our teacher's eyes widened in surprise. They let out a large laugh and a look of relief crossed his face.
そう来るかと思って。ほら。
He handed us each a blank career path survey.
古い方はこっちで処理しておくから大丈夫だ。
Seems like the spirits aren't the only ones keeping a close eye on me. I'm sorry for the trouble and thank you so much.
一式は意外じゃないが、飛騨はどうしたんだ。
Sayaka glanced at me, then turned to face our teacher.
自分の希望じゃないって気づいたんです。だから行きたい学校を真剣に考えたいなって。
As she spoke, her eyes betrayed no sign of weakness or anxiety, but instead hope. I'm so glad. I thought of going home with Sayaka, but she wanted to look over some school pamphlets, so we parted ways at school. I wanted to stay with her about my future, but more than anything, after everything that had happened, I just wanted to walk home with her. Tinged with a feeling of loneliness, I began to walk home alone. Yukimo and the others didn't come in the faculty room with us. I wonder where they went. I thought maybe they'd gone back home as I passed through the school gate. There I found three of them waiting for me.
主様、腹が減ったし、早く家に帰るぞ。
お前は食うことしか考えてねえのかよ。
あやかしのくせして規則正しく3食きっちり食べるなんて、ゆきまろさんおかしいです。
Hearing this usual banter, I laughed and ran towards them. Everyone. I bowed deeply to the three of them. Thank you so much for today. I looked up, seeing the faces I'd grown to love staring back at me.
礼には及ばぬ。主様の笑顔のためとあらば、たとえ空腹だろうが友だまるだろうが、全速力で駆けつ。
お前が笑ってられるなら、それでいい。
その笑顔が見られるのなら、どんなことでもするです。
Hearing the three of them tell me how much they cared about me made me feel warm. And I realized I truly loved them. So much had happened. By the time I returned to my room, I was exhausted. I'm so glad I had tomorrow off too. I seriously need to think about my career path. Despite feeling tired, I felt as though an emotional weight had been lifted. I decided to take action and opened my computer. I'm so glad I spoke with Sayaka. If I hadn't gone looking for her and talked to her, it was dreadful to even think about what could have happened. Sayaka would have felt so guilty. I knew that spell wouldn't work on me, but Sayaka sure does believe in them. Curious, I opened my browser and searched for the word spell. Oh wow, there are so many. Surprised by the sheer number of results, I opened site after site. What am I doing? I don't have time for this. I need to be thinking about my future. I think she wants to know what kind of spell it was that Sayaka was trying to perform. Because it just said, a spell for us to be together, but didn't say what kind of spell it was. I took a deep breath, trying to refocus. Alright. Just as I was about to start researching, I felt someone tap my shoulder.
気合の入ったいい声だが、また一人で大丈夫なのか?
I turned to see Koharu standing beside me. How about we don't start with such a negative sentiment?
悪い。ただ、お前は空回り名人だからな。気になっただけだ。
Run in circles. He was right. I had no response. But fine, if that's what you think, why don't you help me? I sat back at him, feeling vexed. Knowing Koharu, even though I was asking for his help, he probably wouldn't give it.
仕方ねえな。って言っても、進路先を探すって何すりゃいいんだ?
His unexpected agreement left me stunned. Wait, seriously?
あ? お前が手伝えって言ったんだろうが。
Yeah, but this wasn't like Koharu, and it felt strange. I stared at him, conveying my surprise, and Koharu roughly scratched his head, looking away.
今朝、約束しただろ。お前を手伝うって。 雪丸が勝手に言ったことだが、一度了承したんだ。
Come to think of it, that is how things ended up when the two of them were bantering. I didn't think he was taking it so seriously. But it makes me really happy that he is. I couldn't help but smile. That makes me happy. Thank you.
勘違いするなよ。進路が決まって幸せになってくれりゃ、雪丸が消えてお前をたたりやすいってだけだ。
Right, right. In that case, how about we ask Yukimaru to help us too?
いらねえよ。
Don't need him. Huh?
あいつがいると邪魔くさくて仕方ねえ。俺だけで十分だ。
I suppose that's true, but Yukimaru has been helpful at times too. Maybe it would be better if he was here. On the other hand, Koharu wants to do this himself. I don't want to offend him. Then I'll take you up on that offer. I thought it was going to make me choose. As I spoke, I noticed Koharu wouldn't look me in the eyes.
お前までそんなの信じてんのか?
He just towards my computer screen, which still displayed the search I did on spells. That's not what you think. I was just looking into it because of what happened today.
まじないってのは気軽にできるもんじゃねえ。力ある者がきちんとした儀式をやってこそ作用する。
After hearing him say that, I began to rethink my initial dismissiveness towards spells. So there are spells that work? That's a little scary. I realized that Saiko, on the other hand, would be thrilled to hear that. Do you know a lot about curses, Koharu? My curiosity quipped, I asked Koharu, who seemed to ponder his answer for some time.
そこまでじゃねえが、少しなら知ってるな。
Can you give me an example? My curiosity pushed me to ask more, and Koharu appeared somewhat dejected.
お前、まさかそういうのに頼って進路を決めようとしてるのか?
Of course not. I would never do something like that. I was just curious.
ま、お前はそういうやつだよな。
Huh? Then why'd you ask if you knew what I was going to say?
念のためだ。雪丸にビビってコックリさんに手を出したんだ。窮地に追いやられたらまたやるんじゃねえかってな。
Oh no, I've learned my lesson. I'd never do something like that again. Koharu gave me a wide smile.
二度はないか。ま、そうだな。
I didn't mean that I regret summoning you, Koharu. Nothing like that. I'm actually really glad I met you. I quickly clarified, not wanting him to misunderstand, and Koharu turned noticeably red. Koharu? He coughed a few times, trying to hide his embarrassment.
狐の嫁入りっていう話を聞いたことはあるか?
No, I don't believe I have. Huh? No, I haven't. His sudden change of topic was unexpected, but I was ready to listen.
そんじゃ、話してやる。俺の知ってるまじないよな。
Flashback. The Fox's Wedding is a tale that varies by region, often passed down orally. There are embellished versions of the story. But the one you're about to hear isn't. This is the true story. A spell born from the Fox's Wedding. Allow me to explain. Long ago, a high-ranking fox decided to marry. For a high-ranking fox to take a bride, certain criteria must be met. The bride must possess ability strong enough to join the family to ensure the clan's survival. They were the powerful to shapeshift, communication skills to influence others, and the flexibility to traverse different worlds. A female fox, believed to possess all three traits, was chosen as a potential bride. To prove her powers, she vowed to the male fox, "I shall deceive a human and steal all their gold." The male fox grew fond of her and eagerly awaited her return each day. The female fox ventured into the mortal realm, intending to deceive a human man. But unexpectedly, she fell in love with him. Revealing her true nature to the human, she prepared to confess her feelings, believing he would hate and fear her. Contrary to her fears, the man reciprocated her love and accepted her for who she was. The two eloped, and the female fox never returned from the mortal realm. The high-ranking fox was left in sorrow, and determined to never experience such loss again, he devised a ritual. A ritual to ensure that his loved one would always return to him, no matter what. Dang.
と、こんな話があるんだが、そこに出てくるまじない。
He made a fox shape with his hand. I mimicked him with my fingers. Oh my god! Like this? That is so cute. And then if Yukimura comes in at this very moment and ruins it.
ああ、それで合ってる。
This brings back memories. I used to make shadow puppets like this as a kid.
それなら見たことがある。人の子がこうして遊んでいるのをな。
My mom showed me how to make the fox one. But I never knew it was part of the ritual. It sounds kind of dangerous.
まあ、ただの遊びなら何の害もないし、力のないものがやっても効果は現れない。
Koharu paused and took a deep breath. As he did so, the air around him seemed to change.
我、ここへ思い置く。汝への心、忘れ得ぬ。
What does that mean?
心を置いていくって意味だ。そう誓わせれば、他に心を奪われることなく、里に、自分の元に帰ってくるということだから、今のをメギツネに言わせる習いなんだ。
But didn't he just perform the spell? So it seemed he was using his power? It was kind of scary, but I felt bad for the fox from who was left alone.
ま、昔のまじないで、今は廃れているがな。
Strange to think that as a kid I used to play with this shape. So wait, what was the saying again? I leave my musings here, never shall I forget thee. I repeated the words, moving my fingers like a fox, and then touched Koharu's fox head. Oh my god. Look at her, he's like,
何やってんだ?
Hey, what are you doing? Huh?
俺がまじないを唱えちまった後だろうが。てか、お前も唱えちまってるし。
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, I was like, are we doing the ritual right now? Because you said it, I said it, you're using your power. Does this count? It'll be fun, right? It's not like I have powers or anything like that, but he does.
まあ、それもそうか。
Koharu tilted his head and I suddenly had a question. So let me guess, you do this after the chant too?
ああ、それが習わしなんだが。
He seemed contemplative. Oh, I messed up that word. Still carrying some oh my god, I can't read this sentence. But you said the spell is harmless, right?
ああ、俺も聞いたことがあるだけで、今じゃ昔話だ。
Then we should be safe. Besides, I don't feel like anything happened.
たく、お前はのんきだな。
Like I said, I don't buy into spells, rituals, or magic stuff.
お前のそういうところに救われる
Says
ぜ。
the person that has 3 spirits stalking her.
まあ、
Whoops.
俺たちはそういう関係じゃないし、心配することはないか。
Ouch. His words caused a sudden pang in my heart, leaving me taken aback. Wait, why would I care if he felt that way? I mean, I don't have feelings for Koharu. Or do you? Sure, my heart skipped a beat around him before, but I've never really seen him like that. Reflecting on our past interactions, I realized I was often drawn to him. Maybe I do like Koharu, but... Our eyes met as I stole a glance at him.
どうしたんだ?
Oh, no, nothing. Feeling awkward, I quickly pulled away.
今日はもう寝ちまえ。進路のことは明日からだ。
It's okay, I don't have school tomorrow.
赤い顔して何言ってる。熱があるんじゃねえか。
He reached out to touch my forehead. Yeah, well, I better head to bed. I dodged his hand and swiftly took a step back.
ああ、そうしろ。明日起こしてやるから、さっさと寝支度して。
Okay, good night.
ああ、また明日な。
He was about to leave the room but stopped, turning back to me.
なあ、これ借りていいか？朝には返すから。
He pointed at my laptop. Sure, but do you know how to use it?
バカにするな。現代にいるあやかしだぞ。使い方くらい人間を観察していればわかる。
Ah, sorry. Feel free to use it.
助かる。それじゃあ借りてくな。
Koharu left the room with the laptop under his arm. I wonder what he needs the laptop for. Sitting on my bed, I mulled over the possibilities and sighed deeply. My cheeks still feel warm. I must have been blushing so bad. Even after Koharu left, his presence lingered in my thoughts as I prepared for bed. As I laid in bed, I found myself unable to sleep as I constantly thought of him.